stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Gotta build up of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side, maybe we could be okay. Okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never felt this way. I really hope that you will choose to stay.
What's up, cool people? My name's Matt, aka That Random Christian Gamer. Welcome to today's live stream. We got things kicking off with some Bible study. Finally back to the usual 2 chapters each week. Now that I'm all caught up on when I got ahead in the Bible study because of, I got ahead because I was waiting on the Kingdom Hearts 3 download stuff that I totally should have been more prepared for, honestly. But, hey, we're all caught up now. So, yeah. Just in time to get the final 2 chapters of First Chronicles, completed in today's stream. So then next week, we'll be getting into Second Chronicles. And after the 2 chapters of Bible study, then comes the gaming portion of things, where this week I am back to Slay the Spire, and I will be starting my run as just the 3rd character. I'm not 100% sure which way it's supposed to be pronounced. Note the title of the stream. But in any case, that character. Yeah. And I did, not for, any sort of emotional significance or anything, but I did intentionally choose the opening song for the stream this time, because I should be, quote, fading away from this living space. By next week, I should be moved in. In fact, by this weekend, by the time this weekend is done, I should be in another apartment. So, yeah, then I've intentionally got the opening song for next week's stream picked out as well, for a similar kind of reason. But, anyway, forgive my, desire to make things be any sort of referential. That's just the way my brain works. Anywho, okay. Enough chit-chat and opening. Let's go ahead and run the early Twitch ad break, and then we'll hop into the Bible study. Alright. That should be rolling now. And that means I can open this view right here. So, how's everybody doing? I'm just really hoping after this move, maybe I can get a little more settled into, my own independent schedule that maybe, again, not that I mind it or consider it inconvenient, but I won't be as inclined to distract myself from the things I would normally do with things that, I'm doing with my family. even just on like a day-to-day basis. Of course, then I will have to spend a little bit more time on certain things like cooking and other such, adulting tasks. But, such is life. I think on the whole, it's still going to work out more to where I have more of my own time to dedicate to things that I just want to do myself. But anywho, okay. Ad break is done, which means we should be ready to hop on in here to the Bible study. So here we go. Alrighty. So we're at 1 Chronicles 28. So, long story short, with 1 Chronicles, and probably 2nd as well, it's a whole lot of recap. With the intention, it was originally written and addressed to the exiles from Israel, especially those in the Babylonian Empire, and just kind of a call to set things right by way of saying, all right, here's what happened, here's how we got to this situation, and then kind of being like, all right, now let's set this right. So the last fair number of chapters have been all about the temple being built, or not the actual building of it yet, but like preparations for it, realignment of duties, once it is built, and just all sorts of things surrounding that, which, yes, were covered before in somewhere in the 2 Samuel to 1 Kings range of things. But that's kind of, especially after Solomon's reign, but even a bit before that, is kind of where things started to get messed up a little bit. Actually, things were debatably messed up all along. Like, not even that long after God made the covenant with Israel and all that. But I digress. We've gotten past the duty realignment chapters, and now that's kind of where we're at with 1 Chronicles 28. So let's hop in and see what David's instructions to Solomon are here. David summoned all the officials of Israel to Jerusalem, the leaders of the tribes, the commanders of the army divisions, the other generals and captains, the overseers of the royal property and livestock, the palace officials, the mighty men, and all the other brave warriors in the kingdom. David rose to his feet and said, "My brothers and my people, it was my desire to build a temple where the Ark of the Lord's covenant, God's footstool, could rest permanently. I made the necessary preparations for building it, but God said to me, 'You must not build a temple to honor my name, for you are a warrior and you have shed much blood.' Yet the Lord, the God of Israel, has chosen me from among all my father's family to be king over Israel forever. For he has chosen the tribe of Judah to rule, and from among the families of Judah he chose my father's family. And from among my father's sons the Lord was pleased to make me king over all Israel. And from among my sons, for the Lord has given me many, he chose Solomon to succeed me on the throne of Israel and to rule over the Lord's kingdom. He said to me, 'Your son Solomon will build my temple and its courtyards, for I have chosen him as my son, and I will be his father. And if he continues to obey my commands and regulations as he does now, I will make his kingdom last forever.'" Seems like David's speech is going to go on for a while here, so I'll pause and give some of my thoughts on the verses here, as well as look into this little note, which the Hebrew technically says commanders of thousands and of hundreds. That's just another way, really, of understanding that they were generals and captains. The translators for this version, I think we're focused a bit more on intent than exact wording. So, generals and captains probably gives a pretty accurate sense still of their respective ranks. But, anyway, so, David got a whole bunch of the officials together, like, basically anybody who was any kind of important and would be directly impacted, you know, have their work directly impacted by the changing of kings. And, or the building of the temple. So he's telling them he wanted to build it, but God said he shouldn't because he's a warrior and he has shed much blood. Not to mention, God didn't directly say this to him, I don't think, but, you know, when the promise was made to David that, or when he was told he couldn't be the one to build the temple, but also was promised a dynasty, between that time and, you know, the time at which he's doing this, there's been a bunch of preparation going on, including, like, defeating enemies near them. So, there's, you know, there were also some preparations to be made and just things that weren't ready yet for the temple to be built. And, you know, he's explaining how he was chosen to rule as king, and was even directly told that his son Solomon should be the one to build the temple. And then, you know, if things continue to go well afterwards, then God says, quote, I will make his kingdom last forever, him being Solomon. But, again, that's if he continues to obey my commands and regulations. This is not saying that God's favor is conditional, but, you know, there are consequences when we do things wrong. And, you know, the fact that, you know, pre-Jesus at least, God's relationship with his people was kind of more based on the law and the commandments. Not that it's completely, not that we should completely ignore all of those laws and commands today, but, you know, our status with God isn't as heavily predicated upon that, because Jesus paid the price for our imperfections. Anyway, okay. On to verse 8, David is still addressing the people here, the officials. So now, with God as our witness, and in the sight of all Israel, the Lord's assembly, I give you this charge. Be careful to obey all the commands of the Lord your God, so that you may continue to possess this good land, and leave it to your children as a permanent inheritance. And Solomon, my son, learn to know the God of your ancestors intimately. Worship and serve him with your whole heart and a willing mind. For the Lord sees every heart and knows every plan and thought. If you seek him, you will find him. But if you forsake him, he will reject you forever. So take this seriously. The Lord has chosen you to build a temple as his sanctuary. Be strong and do the work. So, yeah, thus seems to end his speech. And right after this part that we talked about here, about following the commands, and then things go well, he's like, okay, yeah, well, since God specifically said that, like, y'all should be careful to, look, right there, be careful to obey all the commands of the Lord your God. Because God said, this only holds up if you obey my commands. And he specifically addresses Solomon because Solomon's going to be king. And perhaps even because this part right here, that was all about, the promise God made to David. That was specifically regarding Solomon. If he continues to obey my commands and regulations. So yeah, Solomon especially needed to be careful with that. But David also recognizes it's not just a, kind of monotonous drudge work sort of attitude that should be approached with this, or that Solomon should approach it with. Because that's a real easy way to just slip into complacency and boredom and be like, is this really even worth it? But it's more of a heart issue. Worship and serve him with your whole heart and a willing mind. So yeah, it's a full-on commitment, not just alright, let me make sure I've checked all the boxes today. Okay. So then after David gives his speech, we move on to verse 11. Then David gave Solomon the plans for the temple and its surroundings, including the entry room, the storerooms, the upstairs rooms, the inner rooms, and the inner sanctuary, which was the place of atonement. David also gave Solomon all the plans he had in mind for the courtyards of the Lord's temple, the outside rooms, the treasuries, and the rooms for the gifts dedicated to the Lord. The king also gave Solomon the instructions concerning the work of the various divisions of priests and Levites in the temple of the Lord. Those would be the past, 5-ish chapters. Anyway, and he gave specifications for the items in the temple that were to be used for worship. David gave instructions regarding how much gold and silver should be used to make the items needed for service. He told Solomon the amount of gold needed for the gold lampstands and lamps, and the amount of silver for the silver lampstands and lamps, depending on how each would be used. He designated the amount of gold for the table on which the bread of the presence would be placed, and the amount of silver for other tables. And it's going to keep talking more about that, but, so, he makes this general address, saying that, or I guess, mentally preparing these leaders and officials for building the temple. And then he specifically gives Solomon the plan, the master plan, the blueprint, whatever you want to call it. All of his detailed thoughts and directions on how all these things would be built and what they're used for and all that kind of stuff. Which, there's a lot of detail in there. Now, this just says that David gave Solomon the plans. I imagine it was like he physically handed Solomon all the, any sort of writings or documentation that he had made about all of this. Sure, he might have also given it orally at that moment, but it's still better to have it in writing, so then it's, easy to go back to that in case Solomon forgets any of the details. And I imagine as we continue reading further in the chapter, there will be more details that it mentions that David passes along to Solomon. But before I just skip right past this, let me look at this note here. Rather than reading, David also gave Solomon all the plans he had in mind, it could read, David also gave Solomon all the plans of the Spirit that was with him. Which brings in a little more of a sense of God's direction in the matter, rather than it just being David's plans without God's input. But in any case, it's still the same general intent. It's like, all right, here are the plans for the temple, including all these different rooms and all these, like, tools, instruments, furniture, things like that. I think we're at verse 17. And I'll probably just wrap up the chapter. David also designated the amount of gold for the solid gold meat hooks used to handle the sacrificial meat, and for the basins, pitchers, and dishes, as well as the amount of silver for every dish. He designated the amount of refined gold for the altar of incense. And finally, he gave him a plan for the Lord's chariot, the gold cherubim, whose wings were stretched out over the ark of the Lord's covenant. Every part of this plan, David told Solomon, was given to me in writing from the hand of the Lord. Then David continued, "Be strong and courageous and do the work. Don't be afraid or discouraged, for the Lord God, my God, is with you. He will not fail you or forsake you. He will see to it that all the work related to the temple of the Lord is finished correctly. The various divisions of priests and Levites will serve in the temple of God. Others with skills of every kind will volunteer, and the officials and the entire nation are at your command." So, I imagine Solomon isn't the only one given plans for the temple here. He might be the one that got, like, all of the plans. But, you know, in order for the others to work effectively, they kind of have to know the plan for at least their part of the work. So, yeah. That's probably some of what he's getting into down here in verse 21. Because, again, how is anyone supposed to volunteer? Or, yeah. How are they going to know what to do if they don't have the directions? I mean, God may also give them the vision, at least the leadership in those efforts, that vision. But I guess David's comments down here also go a bit beyond just the temple building and, you know, extend into what's going to happen in the temple afterwards, which honestly is part of the vision. So that's also helpful to know. Let's see here. So, note here at the gold cherubim. Hebrew can say for the gold cherub chariot. In either case, it's the same thing. So, if I recall correctly, the Ark of the Covenant already had cherubim as part of, like, the cover. So now you're going to have, like, cherubim over top of cherubim. Perhaps signifying, like, an extra level of significance at the very least, or even of, like, God's presence. And or protection over the Ark of the Covenant to an extent. Note there says, could be, was written under the direction of the Lord. So every part of this plan was written under the direction of the Lord. rather than it being actually directly physically written by the Lord. Which, the way it's written in the note there seems a little bit more realistic. Not that it can't happen. I mean, God has the power to directly write things. In fact, the way it's worded in Exodus when they get the 10 Commandments, I'm pretty sure it's like, no, the Lord wrote this. But in any case, the point is, either way, that, again, this is not David's plan and just his own brain working out all these details for the temple. This is coming from God. Which is all the more reason for Solomon to follow those plans. Okay, and that's about all the more thoughts I have on 1 Chronicles chapter 28. Alright, let me get a little sip of water here. And then we'll move on to chapter 29. But there was just a little bit of something that I was thinking about changing in between. But now I can't remember what it is. Nah, oh well. Okay. Oh, nah, right, now I remember. It was going to be my microphone here that is kind of not so directly pointed at me right now. Although it will be a little bit more direct the way that it was once I go to the gaming part of things, and we'll be looking more in this direction. But that comes later. Okay, moving on. Alright, so now we're looking at 1 Chronicles 29, the last chapter of 1 Chronicles. See, if I move ahead, it goes to 2 Chronicles. Alright. So there's been a whole lot of planning around building the temple. David just gave a big address to a lot of the leadership and officials saying that, the plans have been made. Solomon's gonna be king and oversee all of this. Make sure you do this God's way. And that's pretty much the general gist of the last chapter, and the ones directly before it were related to a lot of those plans for the temple and what different people would do and all sorts of things like that. So now we get to chapter 29. Then King David turned to the entire assembly and said, "My son Solomon, whom God has clearly chosen as the next king of Israel, is still young and inexperienced. The work ahead of him is enormous, for the temple he will build is not for mere mortals, it is for the Lord God himself. Using every resource at my command, I have gathered as much as I could for building the temple of my God. Now there is enough gold, silver, bronze, iron, and wood, as well as great quantities of onyx, other precious stones, costly jewels, and all kinds of fine stone and marble. And now, because of my devotion to the temple of my God, I am giving all of my own private treasuries of gold and silver to help in the construction. This is in addition to the building materials I have already collected for his holy temple. I am donating more than 112 tons of gold from Ophir and 262 tons of refined silver to be used for overlaying the walls of the buildings, and for the other gold and silver work to be done by the craftsmen. Now then, who will follow my example and give offerings to the Lord today?" And I'll pause there for a sec. So, David had given a general address to the leadership of what was about to happen. Then he had turned to Solomon specifically in the previous chapter and said, "All right, here's the plan in detail. Like, everything you would need to know is right here. Oh, and make sure to follow it, because this is coming directly from God. But then he turns to the leaders here and is like, all right, look, Solomon's still young. I gave him all the plans, but he's going to need a lot of help. And we need to make sure that we put our best effort into this, because this isn't for us, or even just humanity in general. This is for God, so it needs to be done the right way. And then says, there should be enough material, but because I am so devoted to this cause, I am also going to give my personal stockpiles of gold and silver and probably other materials to help with the construction. And now the notes here are probably just going to get into the measurements. So Hebrew here says 3,000 talents of gold, which is estimated to be 112 tons or 102 metric tons. And similar kind of thing, that says 7,000 talents of silver. So, he then, in his address to these leaders and officials, says, all right, I'm giving all of my personal wealth, possessions, materials, maybe not all his possessions, but all the relevant wealth and materials to this project. Anyone else want to give their stuff to the cause? And then we get to verse 6. Then the family leaders, the leaders of the tribes of Israel, the generals and captains of the army, and the king's administrative officers all gave willingly. For the construction of the temple of God, they gave about 188 tons of gold, 10,000 gold coins, 375 tons of silver, 675 tons of bronze, and 3,750 tons of iron. They also contributed numerous precious stones, which were deposited in the treasury of the house of the Lord under the care of Jehiel, a descendant of Gershon. The people rejoiced over the offerings, for they had given freely and wholeheartedly to the Lord, and King David was filled with joy. So, yeah, this was all given willingly, not out of obligation. You know, it's important to note that, because otherwise they would possibly have room to complain. But you don't want the building of a temple for God to be something worth complaining about. Hebrew there says commanders of thousands and of hundreds, in place of generals and captains. Same general gist. These are all probably going to be about the measurements. So 5,000 talents of gold, 10,000 derricks, which is a Persian coin, which would be about 185 pounds or 84 kilograms in weight. See, since they were already made into coins, that probably would have been used more as money to purchase anything necessary, whether that would be more materials or labor or anything like that. And then it's 10,000 talents of silver, 18,000 talents of bronze, and 100,000 talents of iron. So yeah, that's a lot of stuff. Unsurprisingly, collectively, more than just David himself. But, like, honestly, as far as the gold is concerned, it's not that much more, considering it's coming from all these different tribal leaders and officials and people like that. But then there's all this other stuff. They gave way more Yeah, they gave quite a bit more silver and then all this other stuff too. But in any case, not like it's that big a deal. Of course, the king has a significant amount of wealth when the nation itself is overall wealthy and prosperous, at least. But yeah, so there's just a bunch of gifts that were given to the cause on top of the materials that had already been stockpiled for this effort. Okay, verse 10. Then David praised the Lord in the presence of the whole assembly. O Lord, the God of our ancestor Israel, may you be praised forever and ever. Yours, O Lord, is the greatness, the power, the glory, the victory, and the majesty. Everything in the heavens and on earth is yours, O Lord, and this is your kingdom. We adore you as the one who is over all things. Wealth and honor come from you alone, for you rule over everything. Power and might are in your hand, and at your discretion people are made great and given strength. O our God, we thank you and praise your glorious name. But who am I, and who are my people that you would give anything, that we could give anything to you? Everything we have has come from you, and we give you only what you first gave us. We are here for only a moment, visitors and strangers in the land, as our ancestors were before us. Our days on earth are like a passing shadow, gone so soon without a trace. O Lord our God, even this material we have gathered to build a temple to honor your holy name comes from you. It all belongs to you. I know, my God, that you examine our hearts and rejoice when you find integrity there. You know I have done all this with good motives, and I have watched your people offer their gifts willingly and joyously. O Lord, the God of our ancestors, Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, make your people always want to obey you. See to it that their love for you never changes. Give my son Solomon the wholehearted desire to obey all your commands, laws, and decrees, and to do everything necessary to build this temple, for which I have made these preparations. Okay, just kind of wanted to get through the whole thing. Well, you know what? We're about to get another section break, so let me read this verse too. Then David said to the whole assembly, Give praise to the Lord your God. And the entire assembly praised the Lord, the God of their ancestors, and they bowed low and knelt before the Lord and the king. Okay. Now we're done with that section. Note there at Israel, it's referring to the person, Jacob, not the nation that was named after him. That's pretty much all needs to be noted there. So, David, of course, gives God praise and glory. But again, as he does a lot, it seems, he comes back to this whole, attitude of humility and saying, who am I? Or even extending beyond that, who are we that we could give anything to you? Everything is yours. You made the earth. You put everything in it. We're just giving you back what was yours to begin with. And that's probably part of the reason why they all, gave willingly and joyfully to this effort. Because they recognized that it wasn't really their own, that it was God's in the first place. And so if they're going to, build this temple to honor God, why not give it everything they have? They have. Because it's really God's in the first place. So, of course, let's, use God's gifts to honor his name. Tangent, but on the note of using gifts to honor God, we might not necessarily have material gifts, but we do have, our own abilities, strengths, and all that kind of stuff personality-wise, or, other aspects of our situation, that are still just as much gifts from God that we can give. The whole point of the temple was to give God glory, especially through worship. And in a similar way, us giving our God-given, us using our God-given gifts, whatever those might be, those should be freely and generously used to praise God, worship Him, give Him glory. Because it ultimately comes from Him anyway. Okay. On to verse 21. The next day they brought 1,000 bulls, 1,000 rams, and 1,000 male lambs as burnt offerings to the Lord. They also brought liquid offerings and many other sacrifices on behalf of all Israel. They feasted and drank in the Lord's presence with great joy that day. And again they crowned David's son Solomon as their new king. They anointed him before the Lord as their leader, and they anointed Zadok as priest. So Solomon took the throne of the Lord in place of his father David, and he succeeded in everything, and all Israel obeyed him. All the officials, the warriors, and the sons of King David pledged their loyalty to King Solomon. And the Lord exalted Solomon in the sight of all Israel, and he gave Solomon greater royal splendor than any king in Israel before him. Or possibly after, as it's described in other parts of the Bible. So, I assume the they in this case is all those who were present at the assembly, which I think was still just like the leadership. But still, it was a lot of, basically all of the leaders and officials that had any sort of significant role or even, representation duties for different tribes or clans or anything like that. So, after they give, material offerings toward the temple building efforts, they then, for the occasion of, anointing Solomon king and Zadok as priest and, the ensuing temple building efforts, they brought all these offerings to dedicate to the Lord to mark that occasion. Yeah. And then we'll move on to verse 20. There's not a whole lot else to say about that section. It kind of explains itself, really. So, on to verse 26. So David, son of Jesse, reigned over all Israel. He reigned over Israel for 40 years, 7 of them in Hebron and 33 in Jerusalem. He died at a ripe old age, having enjoyed long life, wealth, and honor. Then his son Solomon ruled in his place. All the events of King David's reign, from beginning to end, are written in the record of Samuel the seer, the record of Nathan the prophet, and the record of Gad the seer. These accounts include the mighty deeds of his reign and everything that happened to him and to Israel and to all the surrounding kingdoms. So yeah, there's more detail on what David did back in 1st and or 2nd Samuel. So, it mentions that here. I assume that's what we call the record of Samuel the seer. I'd be curious to know if we have documentation of these other records, though. Just anywhere in general. Not necessarily in the Bible. But in any case, yeah. It just kind of gives a general summary of David's time as king. After all this stuff has happened. Again, sort of a reminder to the Israelite exiles in Babylon that, like, all right, here's the quick recap of David's reign before we then move on to the next king. Or moved in this case, because Ezra's like describing to them past events, again, to say how they got to their current situation. Spoiler alert, not really, because A, old document, and B, it's already been described in previous books of the Bible, that, things wind up going awry because of that stuff I talked about in the previous chapter with them following God's commands, and the promise kind of hinging on that. They don't do that. Therefore, the kingdom does not last, at least physically, forever. But anyway, so yeah, that wraps things up for the chapter and for First Chronicles. That particular recording wound up being a little shorter than I thought it would be, but, I don't like to keep repeating myself. Okay, occasionally I'll go on a bit of a rant and repeat myself some, but especially regarding things that I know have been covered elsewhere in the Bible. I don't want to just, like, keep, chapter after chapter returning to the same talking points. So, anyway, there's our Bible study for the morning. I will take a quick break, then we'll shift things over to Slay the Spire. So, meanwhile, I will run Twitch ads and see you all on the flip side of that. Alrighty. Slay the Spire is up and running. And I suppose it's about time I hop in. Okay. So it already, like, automatically selected this file, which is interesting that I could potentially have multiple save slots. In any case, yeah. Let me go ahead, start recording here. Alright, so, time for our next character to play a standard run with. Eventually I might in fact I probably will eventually have to go back to the Ironclad and, like, actually complete a standard run with that character. But for now, I have played at least once as the Ironclad, cleared it as the Silent, and now... Oh, I noticed at the bottom it's got the Ascension check mark. And then some other options to potentially use as well. Or maybe I have to unlock the other Ascension levels by doing, like, a level 1 Ascension first, and so on and so forth. In any case, I will be playing as this character now, which... Okay, so it describes it as a combat automaton which became self-aware. Ancient technology allows the manipulation of orbs. I am going to gather that it's supposed to be pronounced the deFECT. Due to the self-awareness, it probably defected, meaning abandoned, its purpose originally and is now sort of doing its own thing. Rather than it being pronounced the deFECT, as in, like, you know, referring to some flaw within its nature or programming or even just intentions. I don't know. So, it starts off with a cracked core, which means at the start of combat, channel 1 lightning. This one can be interesting because it's got orb stuff that comes into play that all have various effects. Alright. Hello again. Again? At least confront the first boss. So, I can choose to have higher max HP, or enemies in your next 3 combats have 1 HP. Well, I don't really care about the easy start that much, so I'm gonna go with higher max HP. Granted. Okay. So, what cards do we have in the deck here? We've got Strikes, dealing 6 damage, Defend, gain 5 block, Channel 1 Lightning, Evoke your next orb twice. Evoke consumes your rightmost orb and use its evoke effect. Okay. Channeling an orb puts it into your first empty slot. If you have no empty slots, your first orb is automatically evoked to make room. Okay, so yeah, the orb thing can be helpful, but also add a slight wrinkle of complication to the matter. In any case, actually, real quick, want to change a setting before I move on too much. And not a game setting, a stream-related setting. I'm going to boost my microphone volume within OBS. Okay, that was the change I wanted to make. Okay, I'm back. Just wanted to boost my microphone a little bit, actually. Alright, so I could go with the left path and not really have too many choices. Middle path has a couple of branches, so does the right. Honestly, early on, I kind of want to fight more elites, I would think. And maybe even just more battles in general. But it seems like there's always at least a possibility of encountering 2 elites. But that would be easiest to pull off if I went with the left path. So I think I'm going to do that. Okay, so we got 3 orb slots here. The one on the right is lightning. Passive, at the end of turn, deal 3 damage to a random enemy. If you evoke it, which gets rid of it, I think, it, like, becomes consumed, I think was the description. Consume your rightmost orb and use its evoke effect, yeah. Okay. So yeah, if it's evoked, it deals 8 damage to a random enemy. But if you keep it there, you deal 3 damage at the end of each turn. So I could defend a little bit, but I'm probably better off. Oh yeah, with these enemies, I can, well, even 3 strikes wouldn't necessarily do enough. Channeling an orb puts it into your, if you have no empty slots. Okay. So if I channel an orb that's the same as what I have active, does that give me another orb of that kind, or does it just add to... No, it... Okay. It gives me another orb. So now, I guess I'll have 3 damage, or a total of 6 damage in 2 sets of 3 dealt at the end of the turn. Well, shoot, maybe I could have gotten rid of one of these had I just used strike. It's still possible, but now I'm relying a little bit on luck that one of the channel, or one of the passive effects will hit the first enemy. Oh well, let's see what happens. Nope, they both hit the back one. And I just took 13 damage there. Yay. Okay, well, I can strike this one down. Evoke your next orb twice. Just to see what it does, I'm gonna play it. Okay. And I win. Let's see, her Fear Potion applies 3 vulnerable. Sweeping Beam, deal 6 damage to all enemies, draw a card. Card draw is nice, and damage to all is nice. Deal 7 damage to a random enemy twice. Or I could gain 9 block with Leap. I kind of like Sweeping Beam, because of the damage to all and the card draw. We have seen before, the card draw is helpful. Alright, so, in this case, I think I will channel 1 lightning. Sweeping Beam. I don't really need to worry about defending this turn. Okay, so evoking the next orb twice. Does that mean the way it lights up like that, it makes it seem like it evokes the next orb. Like, it essentially evokes both of these. which causes them to deal 8 damage each. The start of each combat channel 1 lightning. Yeah, okay. But if I do that, yeah, it deals 16 damage right now. And I still have a lightning orb? I'm not sure how I would still have a lightning orb. But I'm not going to argue with it. You know? Okay. I think I took enough damage in the last battle. I'd really rather not take any in this one, if that's at all possible. Okay, and now I can deal enough damage to win. There we go. Huh. Percentage-based calculations always round down at the end. Okay. Doom and Gloom, 2 energy, deal 10 damage to all enemies, channel 1 dark. Dark, orb increases damage every turn. When evoked, deals damage to the enemy with the least HP. So that just builds and builds until you evoke it. Storm, whenever you play a power card, channel 1 lightning. Do I even have any power cards right now? No. But I could eventually have a focus on that. And honestly, having that focus is probably a good thing. Force field. Starting cost of 4 energy, but costs 1 less for each power card played this combat. Combat, not turn. Gain 12 block. Well, I kind of need to accrue some powers first. And yet, right now, Doom and Gloom actually seems like it might be the most useful. But do I go with Storm as the long play? I think this, especially this early on in the run, I focus on the long play. So, Storm it is. And we have an event. A note for yourself. Oh! You spot a loose brick within a pillar that catches your eye. You find a folded note and a card inside. It reads, "The heart awaits." This is your handwriting. So, I actually encountered this just yesterday as I was doing a custom run. Anytime you encounter this, you are actually, like, taking whatever card you left last time and leaving a card for the next time you encounter this event for you to then pick up in that run. So, because it's boring if I just ignore it, I'm going to take this. So I gain 1 armaments card. And I will leave behind... I'll leave behind to defend. I know that's not going to be super helpful for the next person, but... like, I don't really have too much to give that isn't, like, really specific to this character. Like, channeling stuff, I don't know if that'll even help future characters. Or just any other characters, really. And then evoking and all that wouldn't really help, so... Now, dealing 6 damage to all and drawing a card would inherently be helpful in any situation. But yeah, because I encountered this so early and don't have anything really interesting to give, I think I'll put one defend in there. What's going on? Leaves. Okay, so now I have an armaments card in the deck, which is interesting. And wouldn't you know it? Okay, I am not going to use Storm because I have... Although, when Storm itself cycles back around, that would then cause the lightning to be channeled. Interesting. But still, I think I want to play Armaments first. If I upgrade Dual Cast, it costs nothing. Storm would become an 8, which means nothing for this battle. That just gains 8 block. That deals more damage. I think I'll go with Sweeping Beam plus. Sure, let's go with Sweeping Beam plus. Okay, so then I will play that. And the card I draw is a Zap, which will have me channel 1 Lightning. Either that or I gain 5 more blocks so I only take 1 damage. Okay. I just have a bunch of strikes right now. So it would be 6, 12, 18. Or if I give it vulnerable, that then becomes 27. But, honestly, if I do 18 this turn and can deal a similar amount of damage next turn, I think I'm good. This turn, it just intends to block and use a buff, so I don't have to worry about taking any damage this turn. Alright, so it's got 6 block, which negates one of my strikes. Well then, I will just defend. Because the most I could do in total would have been 9 damage. Including the, you know, the reduction from block, but then also the, lightning passive effect. Okay. So if I dual cast with only 1 orb there, it still goes twice. Interesting. Block potion, gain 12 block. Okay. Alright. Rip and Terror, deal 7 damage to a random enemy twice. Deal 7 damage, draw 1 card for each unique orb you have. Or channel 1 dark. Which is the one that, when evoked... Hold up. Deals damage to the enemy with the least HP. Right. But it just sits there and increases damage every turn. Let's give that a whirl. I feel like playing into the orb idea is the way to go with this particular character. Okay, we'll start it off with armaments, I guess. That just deals more damage. Channel 1 dark, trigger the passive ability of all dark orbs. Huh. Or I gain more block. Making that innate does nothing. Okay, so if I trigger the the way that it's worded, I channel 1 dark first, and then trigger the passive, which would increase the damage for it. So, I think I'm going to... But do I plan on using that this turn? Actually, right now I could do with an upgraded block. Because otherwise I'm about to get hit for 15 damage. So, confirm that. Oh, actually would have only been 10. But still. Now that goes all the way down to 2. Channeling one dark early on is probably better than waiting until later on. But how long is this battle even really gonna last? Considering how low their health is. Really, I should try to get rid of one of these things sooner rather than later. So I'm going to go ahead and target that one. Oh, the one in the back only had 8 health? Could have avoided being weakened. Which would definitely have been a good thing to avoid. Okay, 4 damage to all of them, and I draw a card. Zap channels another lightning, which could be helpful. Especially since that's not attack damage. Therefore is not affected by weakness. And then I will deal 4 damage to you. Because that's essentially the same, or it's a similar effect to gaining 5 block if that remained alive. And then that hits twice. I am taking a surprising amount of damage early on here. I don't really like it. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. Dual cast. 2 more of them are gone. You know what? Honestly, then I can defend twice and not take any damage this turn. Really not take any damage this turn because of the lightning there. But there was no guarantee on which one it would hit. Ooh, okay. You know what? Sweeping Beam wins it for me, so there we go. That's 17 gold and an attack potion. Nice. Alright. Add a card to my deck. Ball Lightning. Deal 7 damage. Channel 1 Lightning. Not bad. Hologram. Gain 3 block. Put a card from your discard pile into your hand and exhaust. Could be a useful card to combo with Storm, but eh. Or another Sweeping Beam. I'll take the damage and channeling lightning. Thank you. Okay. We have made it to a campfire. Now, I could heal. And that would be a fully effective healing. However, I think this early on, I'm actually going to... Oh, there is an elite coming up. But there's another rest right after them. If I go to upgrade something, what would I upgrade then? Upgrading Ball Lightning would do more damage. Upgrade all cards in your hand. Ooh, that's actually pretty good to have. I'm thinking of upgrading armaments for that reason. I've got 3 potions at my disposal. I'm going to smith and upgrade armaments. Proceed. Oh, hey, it's this guy. Enemy intends to use a buff. Okay. With this potentially being a longer battle, I'll use Storm to start off. Channel 1 Lightning. And then Strike. Okay, he has been enraged. Or it has been enraged. I don't know. Alright. Intends to attack for 14 damage. Whenever you play a skill, it gains 2 strength. Oh, lovely. Yeah. Okay. So, I could make it vulnerable now and try to apply a bunch of... Try to hit it for a bunch of damage. Is it bad that I'm actually considering using, like, all of my potions right now? Tell you what, I will use the block potion, so then I won't be taking a ton of damage right now. Just dealing 6 damage is kind of boring, but fine. And I do think I will also channel 1 Dark. Of course, now its strength is higher. Okay, so the Dark Orb is at 6 currently, which means when evoked, it would do 12 damage. Okay. Armaments Plus. Upgrades to all of the cards in my hand. Oh, Dual Cast is free now. That's nice. Okay, it's still got 37 health, though, and it's about to deal 20 damage to me, jeez. That's only going to further increase if I use... Well, I mean, I'll block some if I use Defend, so... I think overall that's worth playing. Alright. Ball Lightning. Because now I get more passive damage. I take 9. Ouch. Okay. It's got 21 health. If I use... See, I'd have to make it vulnerable to... Oh, wait. But if I channel a new orb... Yeah, if you have no empty slots, your first orb is automatically evoked to make room. So, I'm going to do that, because it'll deal 8 damage. Still not enough. Dang it! I'm short by 1. Sweeping Beam? And what do I draw? Another Strike. Okay, well... Tell you what. I'm gonna use the attack potion. Do 4 damage for each channeled orb. Which, on its own, would be 12, I think. 6 damage. Yeah. Let's go ahead and do that. There we go. Okay, victory. Okay, Bronze Scale. Start each combat with 3 thorns. Nice. Alright, and then I can add a card to aggregate. Gain 1 energy for every 4 cards in your draw pile. Not bad. 7 damage to a random enemy twice. Deal 7 damage, draw a card for each unique orb you have. Which would be at most 2 at this point. And really would only be a maximum of 3. I have generally not been able to use all the cards in my hand. Having this to gain more energy would help with that. Okay, proceed. And this time, I do believe I will heal. Because I have nothing I'm, like, really itching to permanently upgrade. So I'm going to rest. And now, treasure time. Dreamcatcher. Whenever you rest, you may add a card into your deck. Well, shoot. Had I known I would get that, I would have just, you know, I would have smithed before and then waited until the next campfire to fully rest. Oh, yay, a battle. What are these guys? Shield Gremlin wants to block. Fat Gremlin intends to inflict a negative effect and attack for 4 damage. That one's just attacking. Upon receiving attack damage, gains 1 strength. And that one's also doing the negative effect and 4 damage. Okay, well, I'm going to play Armaments Plus because of permanent upgrades. And then let's see here. I could basically get rid of any one of these guys except the Mad Gremlin. So, yeah. 2 attacks to that one. And I'll end my turn. Oh, jeez. Okay, the block went on that one. Oh, and I forgot about the thorns. Gain an injury for every 4 cards in your draw pile. Well, that would pretty much just even out at this point. Upon receiving attack damage, gain 1 strength. I think I'm going to do the Ball Lightning. Sweeping Beam. Oh, it didn't actually receive damage there, did it? Alright, and now I will dual cast. Okay, ending that turn. I take 4 damage. Okay, Strike Plus is enough to get rid of either one. I'm gonna go for this one. And then, honestly, 2 more strikes wins it. Okay. Liquid Memories. Choose a card in your discard pile and return it to your hand. It costs 0 this turn. Huh. Interesting. Add a card to my deck. We got Compile Driver, Hologram, or White Noise, which adds a random power card into your hand, and that costs 0 this turn. Okay. That could help with the eventual storm chaining stuff. Sure, why not? Okay, so now I can rest or do another event. I'm gonna rest. And yes, actually rest, because I would still not even be at max HP from that. Or, What does the upgrade of this look like? It costs 0 then. This one upgraded would be 1 energy for every 3 cards in my draw pile. But if I rest, I can add a card to my deck. So I think I'm going to rest. Okay. Reinforced body gains 7 block X times, which is... X is just the remaining energy you have. Beam Cell. Deal 3 damage, apply 1 vulnerable. At a 0 cost? Not bad. Cool-headed, channel 1 frost, draw a card. I kind of like Beam Cell. Because no energy cost. Alright, time to fight another elite. Oh, it's the sentries. Okay. Okay, well, right off the bat, I'm going to play Storm. And then White Noise, I think. Hello. Whenever you receive unblocked attack damage, channel 1 lightning. Cool. And that was a free play. And this is a free play. It didn't become vulnerable because because it has an artifact that negates 1 debuff. Okay. And then this time I think I'll gain 5 block. Oh, jeez. Added 2 dazed. Which they're unplayable, but at least they're also ethereal, which means they go away after not being played. Doesn't seem like a great time for aggregate. Ball lightning. Because channeling 1 lightning would cause another one to be evoked, thus dealing another 8 damage to something. Okay, cool. I could defend. Because I'm going to receive attack damage twice either way, which means more lightning will be channeled. I might as well take less damage while doing so. Okay. Oh yeah, and then the passive lightning. Yeah, never mind the thorns and whatnot. Ooh. And now I got Armaments Plus. Okay. Definitely doing that, because then everything in my hand gets upgraded. Let's go ahead and do Darkness Plus first. Because that evokes the first lightning. And then Dual Cast is free. And now Sweeping Beam Plus would at least get rid of the middle enemy. Of course, I have no idea what I'm going to draw. Doubtful it would be free, but let's see. Ah. Zap wouldn't have been bad to have, but oh well. Oh, geez. And now all these dazed cards are about to get shuffled back in. leaving me with a bunch of unplayable stuff. Yay! Okay, but let me strike this one. So then either one getting hit by the lightning will die. And then the thorns killed the other one. Okay, 35 gold. Eternal Feather. For every 5 cards in your deck, heal 3 HP whenever you enter a rest site. So now I don't even have to rest to be healed. And definitely want to keep adding cards to my hand, to my deck then. Because it's 3 HP for every 5 cards in my deck. So at the current moment, I'm rounding down. That would be 9 HP at a rest site. FTL. Deal 5 damage. If you have played less than 3 cards this turn, draw 1 card. 0 cost. Overclock. Draw 2 cards, add a burn into your discard pile. Don't really like that. Melter. Remove all block from the enemy, deal 10 damage. Huh. That could be very useful against certain enemies. But also free damage. Still, there are some enemies that gain tons of block. And this would be very helpful. The Melter would against those enemies. Alright, I'm taking Melter. I have yet to visit a merchant. I should probably do that. Okay. So what relic options do we have here? The boot. Whenever you would deal 4 or less unblocked damage, increase it to 5. Huh. Can't afford that one. Whenever you play a power card, heal 2 HP. Oh! Oh, that would have been so helpful. Long term, you know, as I try to accrue power cards. Sling of Courage. Start each elite combat with 2 strength. Oh, hold up. Hold up. So the boot would turn all of my lightning strikes when unblocked into 5 damage. Right? Because it says whenever you would deal 4 or less unblocked... Oh, attack damage. Never mind. It specifies attack damage. Those do not count as attacks. Okay. I was about to think that that was totally broken. But I mean, definitely could still be helpful. So... Ooh. But static discharge would also be pretty helpful. Dang it. Well, wait, I can afford both, right? Okay. I'll buy the boot. Evoke your next orb. Channel the orb that was just evoked. That could be helpful, actually. But I like static discharge. Okay. And then I leave. Proceed. Haven't had too many events happening. Let's try an event. We meet again! Oh, hey, it's this guy. Cheery, disheveled fellow approaches you gleefully. You do not know this man. It's me, Ranwid. Have any goods for me today? The usual? A fellow like me can't make it alone, you know. You eye him suspiciously and consider your options. I could lose the fear potion, but gain a relic. give a card, lose white noise, and obtain a relic. Huh. Or attack. I don't think I want to attack. Those are two very interesting options for potentially gaining a relic. And I don't want to lose. Hopefully I don't end up regretting this. But I think I'm going to lose the Fear Potion. Because I'm trying to get more cards in my deck, not less. Exquisite. Was feeling parched. Glub, glub, glub. He downs the potion in one go and lets out a satisfied brrr. He rummages around his various pockets. Here, look what I've got for you today. Take it, take it. Okay, and from that we gained a peace pipe. You can now remove cards from your deck at rest sites. Okay. Don't think I really want to do that, but sure. Alright, speaking of rest sites. And there we go. I just healed. Move a card from my deck. Nah. I definitely don't need all 24 of that HP. What all would I potentially want to smith? Melter, upgraded, would deal 14 damage. Static Discharge would channel 2 lightning. Oof. 4 damage, apply 2 vulnerable. Could make white noise cost 0. Oh, dang. Actually, a decent number of good options. Oh. See, making Storm become innate is starting to sound like a good idea. Because I have, one other power card in my deck. And really another one that gives me a random power card. But the Static Discharge upgrade. Channel 2 Lightning. Which means that would start cycling around real quick. Okay. So I do think I will smith. And for now, I'm going to go with Static Discharge. Okay. Boss time. Have I fought this one before? Hexaghost. I might have in a custom run. Or a daily. Anyway, enemy's intentions are unknown, but not attacking. Okay, well, I'll play Armaments just for the card upgrades. Ooh, Static Discharge. Heck yeah. And then I guess I will strike and dual cast. Now I have no orbs. Oh, yay. 6 damage times 6. That sounds like fun. What does this do? Choose a card in your discard pile and return it to your hand. It costs 0. What all's in my discard pile? I could do Armaments Plus again. And upgrade all these cards. Which honestly might not be too bad. You know what? Liquid Memories. Armaments. Oh yeah, and it costs 0 this turn. Heck yeah! And now I gain more energy. Beam cell. 2 vulnerable applied. Oh yeah, and the boot. The boot caused more damage to be dealt. Sweeping beam plus. Which channels 1 lightning. No, sorry, which draws me a card. Ball lightning deals 10 damage and channels 1 lightning. And strike. And gain 8 block. Okay, so now I'm only taking, well, instead of 36, I'm taking 23 damage. Which still isn't great. Oh yeah, the thorns! I forgot about the thorns. And the freaking... And the channeling of lightning. Holy cow! That just straight up popped off right there. Oh, dang. Glad I upgraded that. The static discharge, man. Static discharge and the thorns. Just... Whew. Okay. White noise to see what power I get. Lightning now hits all enemies. Channel 2 lightning. Okay. And then I can channel 1 more lightning. And do I want to gain 5 block here? Otherwise, you know what? This is the last turn that it's vulnerable, so perhaps I should deal 9 damage. It's not like I'm taking a ton this turn. Man. Oh, sure. Now I get Storm. It doesn't really have any block. Oh, sweet. Beam cell. Applying vulnerable. Okay. So that would instead deal 15 damage. Sure, why not? 15 damage there. I will gain 5 block and channel 1 dark, which causes that to activate. When I end my turn, it gets zapped twice. And boom, win. Oh man. The freaking channeling 2 lightning for each time I got hit saved my hide there. 105 gold. Okay, hello. Evoke your next orb X times, where X is my energy. Creative AI. At the start of your turn, add a random power card into your hand. And it's a power itself, and if I'm gonna try and do the whole storm thing, that could be a very good one to have. Seek. Put 1 card from your draw pile into your hand. Exhaust. Multicast could be good, but with the combos that I'm working on, I feel like the creative AI would be, you know, 1 turn of not doing much for a possibility of, you know, comboing off later. So, I'm going to take the creative AI. Proceed. And now we get the boss chest. Ectoplasm. Gain 1 energy at the start of your turn. You can no longer gain gold. Empty cage. Upon pickup, remove 2 cards from your deck. Calling bell. Upon pickup, obtain a unique curse and 3 relics. 3 relics, though? Huh. Okay, curse cards are negative cards that stay in your deck. It's just a card. In exchange for 3 relics? Yeah, I think I'm going to take the calling bell. Confirm. Bell tolls. Unplayable. Cannot be removed from your deck. Okay. Well, if I just get 1 card that's unplayable... That's not the worst. And then here are the 3 relics I got. Potion belt. Upon pickup, gain 2 potion slots. 2 slots? Oh, dang. Okay. Mummified hand. Whenever you play a power card, a random card in your hand costs 0 that turn. Whew. Okay. The power combos further compound. Ginger, you can no longer become weakened. That also sounds quite helpful. Okay. And that was Act 1. Since I'm going to be picking this right up here very soon without having to worry about redoing choices and stuff, that'll do it for the recording. And now I'm back to full health, yay. Okay. But, now... suppose... I'll tell you what, let me check phone notifications real quick. Oh, yeah, and before I start the next hour of stuff, I should go ahead and run the Twitch ad break. So then viewers don't really miss so much there. Okay. I got an achievement for beating that particular boss. So definitely didn't do that in a standard run before. Okay. So the question is, what does upgrading this look like? It costs 2 then instead of 3. Okay. I mean, still decent. The next thing I would upgrade outright would probably be Storm to make it an 8. Because now I'm getting more power stuff in my deck. Okay, and as far as path selection goes, the right path has a lot of events. If I wanted to fight more elites, looks like I'd kind of be going down the middle in a way. If I wanted to fight the most elites, I would start either here or here. Or I guess here. But knowing me, I would probably want to start off... well, maybe not. Okay. So I'm thinking the play here is I start at this spot. Or this one. Yeah, start at this spot to remove any future choices of mine from the mix. Go up there, get that one event, branch off to the right to the other event, then do the rest, battle, elite, then go left from there to do treasure, merchant, elite. And if things are going really well, then I'll go left for another battle, and then another elite. Or if things are not going so well there, stick to the right for the event, and a regular battle. Okay, but I think I'm starting at the far left. And now I shall resume recording. Okay, so I've done some looking at my path here, and I think I know how I want to approach this. Basically going to be sticking to the left for the most part. Although the right does give me a lot more freedom of choice, it's just, it would be a lot easier to miss the elites there. Though that only has 2 elites along the path. The left side has 3 that I could ultimately do. So yeah, I'm gonna go to the left. Oh, look at that. Creative AI right off the bat. Ooh, but Armaments Plus, which would upgrade it and make it cost less. So yeah, these are the relics I have going on here. I've got Thorns, I can add a card to my deck if I rest. I've got healing at every rest site. I've got small damage being increased up to 5. I did get a curse, but in exchange got these last 3 relics, which gave me 2 more potion slots. And oh yeah, whenever I play a power card, a random card costs 0 that turn. And I can no longer be weakened. But first, I think I'm going to play Armaments Plus here, because that upgrades everything in my hand. So now, white noise costs nothing. Loop. At the start of your turn, trigger the passive ability of your next orb. Okay. So we'll do loop. Oh yeah, and then whenever I play a power, what happens? Random card in your hand costs 0. Gotcha. So strike now costs 0. So I'll play that. And then I can still play Creative AI, which will cause the Withering Hand, or whatever that's called, Mummified Hand, to make Ball Lightning cost 0. Okay. Off to a pretty decent start here. Alright, I took a little damage there, but also, you know, dealt some damage back. Buffer, prevent the next time you would lose HP. Okay, tell you what. I think I will play Aggregate first, because that gives me an extra energy then. Then I'm going to play Buffer, which made Darkness free. And now I can dual cast. Actually, maybe I'll use Sweeping Beam first. See what I draw. Ooh, Static Discharge is good. I don't know if I need it that badly in this battle, but still a good one to have. Oh, and, right, it's a power. So that makes something else in my hand free, which just so happens to be dual cast now. Okay, so it does just use the next orb, but it evokes that same orb twice before then getting it out of the rotation. I think I've finally figured out how dual cast works there. Right. I've been hexed. Gain 1 focus. Focus increases the effectiveness of channeled orbs. Okay, interesting. The hex means whenever I play a non-attack card, shuffle one dazed into my draw pile. Not great. Whenever I play a non-attack. Well, this is an attack. And it costs 0 already, so I'll start with that. Storm. Sure. That made defend free. So I guess I'll play that. Defragment is a power, which means I get to channel one lightning. And that made defend free. Getting a bunch of dazed cards in my hand, but it's okay, because I'm getting more passive stuff going on here. Heat sinks. Whenever you play a power card, draw one card. Oh, man. Just, again, all the power stuff. Comboing off here. But I could deal 10 damage there. Yeah, I could win this right now. So, Melter and Strike. And I took all of... I have taken all of 5 damage so far this act. Not bad. Okay, what card to add to my deck? Barrage Plus, it is already upgraded. Deals 6 damage for each channeled orb. With how much I'm channeling orbs right now, that's possibly not a bad idea. Compile Driver, draw a card for each unique orb you have. Unique orb, though. I'm not necessarily getting too many unique orbs. Streamline, deal 15 damage, reduce this card's cost by 1 this combat. Useful if played a lot. I'm definitely thinking either Streamline or Barrage. And if that's not upgraded, then what does it look like when upgraded? Probably just deals more damage, but still. You know what? Streamline. Gives me some options, I guess. Okay. And I have Armaments Plus in my starting hand. I'm gonna play it. Then all the other cards get upgraded. 9 damage to all enemies and draw a card. Do a 14 damage. This is all like damage dealing stuff. Without too many other extra effects going on. You know what? I'm gonna... Hold up, why did I gain... Oh, yeah, right, I gained 5 block from armaments, duh. I'm gonna do Ball Lightning on this one. Because then I get to channel something. And they're each gonna get hit by thorns as they attack. So there's that. Oh, jeez. Okay, well, first things first out of these, Beam Cell on the Mugger. Whenever you received unblock attack damage, channel 2 lightning. And that's a power. Which will make something else cost 0. Too bad it wasn't creative AI. But, meh, still not a terrible result of this hand. Okay. That's all I can do this turn. I'm about to get hurt, though. Ouch. But I am also channeling lightning and stuff. So that's it. I win the battle on the enemy turn. Alright. Beam Cell. An upgraded Ball Lightning. Or I could start channeling Frost, which gains block. But is that only when it's evoked, or is that the passive? Well, I suppose I can at least see what it does? Sure. I am taking a little more damage than I would like to. So hold up, what does the upgraded Cool-Headed do? Draws 2 cards instead of 1, okay. Streamline gains 5 more damage when upgraded. Okay. Another battle. Oh. It's a Snecko. Which is going to inflict a negative effect on me. Ooh, hello. Aggregates would give me extra energy. Sure. Especially since I'm going to draw another card now. Okay, well I won't end up using all this energy, but at least it's something. At least I got to play all the cards. Perplexing Gaze. That's now going to cause the costs of my cards to be randomized. Yippee! Wow, that was a downright terrible result. Like, everything got turned into a 3 cost. Ugh. And even if I get something... So, the way that it's worded, it says whenever you draw a card, randomize its cost. See, adding something to my hand doesn't necessarily count as drawing, but still. It's... Ugh. This is not good. Why did the game decide to do this to me? Alrighty. Ouch. I got Armaments Plus, but it's costing... Ooh, Creative AI costs 0, though. I'll play that. And that, because of the Mummified Hand, means that Ball Lightning costs 0 now. Ooh, and then I could play Storm, which would make something else cost 0. And it turned out to be Streamline. I'm still about to take 15 damage. Not fun. Jeez, am I really about to lose this so quickly? Okay, well, Defend is free. Playing that for sure. Which means I won't die this turn. Not that I would have anyway, it's dealing so little damage. Lightning now hits all enemies. That doesn't really matter, but it'll make something else free. Oh, but so with that. Huh. And the whole channeling lightning thing is what has been saving my hide so far. Alright, Static Discharge. And it made this strike free. And then I play this, because it only costs 1, and that's all I can do right now. Although that does channel 2 lightning. Ooh. Okay, so I take damage there, orbs get evoked, and I win. But holy cow, I am really low on health. Steam Barrier, gain 6 block, decrease this card's block by 1 this combat. Eh. Now I could really go for storm combos. Whenever you play a power card, channel 1 lightning. Okay. Oh, geez, another event. Please don't be a battle. It's a battle. Great. I gotta try and be real careful not to take much damage here. Static discharge. Well, if I do take damage, at least I'll be gaining orbs and stuff. Channel 1 lightning. Sure. Well, at least I can play everything this turn. I will deal 6 damage to the cultist, because those things get annoying if left in the battle for long. Mystic kind of does too, but less obviously so. Oh, jeez. Okay, beam cell. Because that was already free. Storm. Which made darkness free, so I'll play that next. That evokes the lightning orb. I'll play another storm. Which, because of the previous storm, you know, brings in the lightning. Still didn't deal enough to the cultist to get rid of it. Please, lightning, hit the cultist. Otherwise, I lose. Yes! I live for now. Okay, and I have, like, nothing with which to gain block. Except this, I guess? Okay, now I can read the description of the Frost Orb. Passive at end of turn, gain 2 block. Evoke, gain 5. I still need more block if I'm gonna survive. Oh, well, okay. I can gain 5 block there. That's... Well, with the 2 from the Frost Orb... I will take 3 damage and then have 1 health left. Good grief. Okay. Ball lightning. I am seriously about to lose this. And I'm not even sure what I did wrong, per se. Oh, jeez. Okay. Armaments plus. Gives me block and upgrades all that. Aggregate would then give me 2 more energy. So, basically, all of my cards become playable then. Well, maybe let me see what white noise does first, since that's free. Electrodynamics. Lightning now hits all enemies. Channel 2 lightning. Okay. So I channel 2 lightning. And then also make something else free. Why did it hit 4 times? Not sure, but I'm not arguing with it. Okay. Aggregate. Got some more energy. Not that I need it that badly. Melter. Okay, dead. Oh, man, that was close. Achievement, shrug it off. Win a battle with 1 HP remaining. Potion of Capacity. Gain 2 orb slots. Interesting. Oh, jeez. I already have a bunch of storms in my deck. I don't know if putting more in there is going to help me that much. It might be good to add some recursion in there. Especially because, you know, my net orb amount doesn't change from it. But with Storm being a power and the mummified hand, that makes something else free. Okay. Please, 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 do not be a battle. Oh, it's a merchant. Okay, I'll take that. It's not a battle. Omamori, negate the next 2 curses you obtain. Can't get the incense burner. Hand drill. Whenever you break an enemy's block, apply 2 vulnerable. Huh. Well, I don't plan on getting any curses. Breaking blocks is fairly frequent, though. Don't think I'd be able to afford enough cards to add more health recovery when I go to a rest, so I'm gonna get the hand drill and leave. Okay, so I go to the rest stop. I heal 15 health thanks to the Eternal Feather. And then I'm going to also rest myself to gain back 24 HP. Which means I then also get to add a card to my deck. Chill, channel 1 Frost for every enemy in combat. And Exhaust. Interesting. That could actually be really helpful. Steam Barrier, gain 6 block. Decrease this card's block by 1 this combat. Cold Snap, deal 6 damage, channel 1 Frost. I kind of like the chill card, or at least the idea of it. Okay. Oh boy. I'm still not exactly swimming in health here. Okay, Malleable. Upon receiving attack damage, gains 3 block. Block gain increases as Malleable is triggered. Resets to 3 at the start of your turn. Okay. Armaments plus to start. As always. Storm. Next. Which made aggregate cost 0. Holy cow. I've got way too much energy now. Creative AI. Which will help the Storm combo off. And then Strike. Okay. Well, I'm about to take a bunch of damage. Yippee. Electrodynamics. Lightning now hits all enemies. Channel 2 lightning. The channeling 2 lightning part is the only reason I'm really thinking about it. Well, and the fact that with the storm, I would channel another lightning. I really kind of need some block, but I guess I can get that. I can get a little bit of that from Cool-Headed. Oh, but, you know what? Electrodynamics first, because that'll make something free. Okay. And that made Cool-Headed free. Huzzah. Beam Cell is free. Nice. And then I can do the ball lightning. Okay. And there's my turn. Yikes. I am really low on health again. Great. Power Potion. Choose one of 3 random power cards to add to your hand. It costs 0 this turn. Okay. And add a card to my deck. Leap, gains 9 block. Ugh. Gain 3 block, put a card from your discard pile into your hand and exhaust. Let me go with Hologram. I feel like there's some decent combo possibilities there. This is... Oof. This is not going well. I'm pretty sure I'm going to die from this elite. Considering I only have 5 health. Oh, jeez. Okay. Well, Chill is already free. So let me play that first. Storm. And that just made Cool-Headed free. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna drink that potion. Play Cool-Headed. Okay. Play Ball Lightning on... I don't know if it really matters which one I get rid of first. Then I'll play Defend. And then... use the Power Potion. At the start of your turn, draw 1 additional card. Start of your turn, trigger the passive ability of your next orb. Or do the Static Discharge. Whenever you received unblock attack damage, channel 1 lightning. You know what, let's go with... Let's go with Static Discharge. So that's free right now. And that makes Creative AI free. Alright, and I'm about to gain 4 more block. 19. I still don't survive this, do I? Nope. Wow. Okay. That did not go as well as I thought it would. Even with the mummified hand and all the power stuff I was angling for. I don't know, something in me thought that would have gone better. And I didn't even get much of anything from that. Okay, just curious. What's the daily climb right now? Plays the Ironclad. Shiny. Starting deck is replaced with 1 of every rare card. Control Chaos. Start with Frozen Eye. At the start of your turn, add 10 random cards to the bottom of your draw pile. Big Game Hunter elite enemies are now swarming the Spire and drop better rewards. That actually doesn't sound like a terrible daily climb. Too bad I'm not actually going to do much with it. Okay, well... needless to say, I think I'll be coming back to the deFECT some other time. For now, let's just get a little bit of a look at this daily climb here, see what it looks like. Because I still want to, you know... still want to go for about an hour. That's kind of been the standard. Time for a challenge. Granted, okay. So yeah. Frozen Eye. When viewing your draw pile, the cards are now shown in order. Oh, okay. Interesting. And that's all I have going on? No, I've got modifiers over here. Starting deck is replaced with 1 of every rare card. Starting with Frozen Eye. But also, at the start of your turn, add 10 random cards to the bottom of your draw pile. Big Game Hunter Elite. Yeah, okay. That doesn't seem like that many elites. Okay, later on it does. Alright. Oh, geez. Okay. So this is my draw pile. Shown in order now. So I can actually, like, know what I'm going to draw next and whatnot. This turn, your next attack is played twice. I literally don't have any attack cards in my hand. Whenever you gain block, deal 5 damage to a random enemy. Jeez. Okay, I do have an attack, actually. But, like, I haven't lost any HP to want to heal it back. This is such a bad hand for this battle. Alright, you know what? Whatever. Double tap. Reaper. And that'll do it. Double your strength. I don't have any strength. Start of your turn, lose 1 HP, draw 1 card. Bludgeon deal 32 damage. That would all but win it for me right now. Skills cost 0 whenever you play a skill, exhaust it. You know what? Bludgeon. Kaboom. Oh yeah, I wasn't even getting attacked there. Deal 10 damage. If fatal, raise your max HP by 3. Holy cow. Okay, sure. Feed. Because that is fatal. Sweet. Perfected Strike. How many cards with Strike do I have in here? Literally none. That would be the only one. Heavy Blade or Pommel Strike. Right now, I think I could use some simpler, lower cost cards. Pommel Strike. Okay, real quick, I actually need to pause for something. I think my family is about to leave on a trip, and I would like to see them off. And that includes taking a quick break in the stream. So, yeah, I'll see y'all in a little bit. Guess I could run some ads in the meantime. Alright. See ya in a little bit. Okay. I have said farewell to my family. They are leaving on their trip for the day. So, Mom's side of the family is having a reunion today, but with my efforts to pack things up and move into my apartment, I opted not to go. Especially once I heard that, that, like, certain other people weren't going to be there. So, like, it's not that I had no desire at all to go. It's just, I felt like apartment moving in was a decent enough reason to not go. But okay. I shall now resume what I was doing. Okay. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure I like the dynamics to these battles and whatnot, but, at least I can see what I'm going to draw. So if I plan on playing any cards that will draw something, I can look at my deck, see it in order, and, maybe, although, okay, how is that worded? At the start of your turn, add 10 random cards to the bottom of your draw pile. That's it. That's how it's worded. And the fact that I've got so many of these rare cards, I mean, in concept it sounds great, except so many of them have such a high energy cost. Anyway. Okay. Transmogrifier. Before you lies an elaborate shrine to a forgotten spirit. I can transform a card. Interesting. Well, I feel like this would probably be the one to transform. Oh, jeez. Does it stop when I press Y? Ghostly armor. Ethereal. Gain 10 block. I think is what it said. I'm really more interested in events with this. I don't have much that I could give to the merchant here. Definitely not enough for a relic. Which is a bit unfortunate. Play the top 3 cards of your draw pile. Interesting. And the fact that I could actually see what that is could make it an interesting idea. You know what? Sure. Going for it. And then pretty much the only other thing I could forward is uppercut here. So, sure. Leave that. Proceed. Trying to make my decisions a little more quickly here. Okay. Offering. Lose 6 HP, gain 2 energy, draw 3 cards. Okay, well, that would not be fatal, probably. 4 HP to all enemies, heal HP equal to... So, I mean, really, I can gain back most of the HP I lose from this. Let's see what I get. Oh, hello. Demon form. At the start of your turn, gain 2 strength. Fiend fire. Exhaust your hand. Deal 7 damage for each card exhausted. So that'd be what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Essentially. 6 times 7 is 42. Oh, but immolate, 21 damage to all enemies. So that does a whole lot more. And then if I play Feed and then Fiend Fire, that should actually end the battle right there. Because that's 7 times 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's like 28 right there. At least. Okay, turn 1 win. Won't argue with that. And I got an energy potion. Clash can only be played if every card in your hand is an attack. Dual wield, choose an attack or power card, add a copy of that card into your hand. Battle trance, draw 3 cards. You cannot draw additional cards this turn. Kind of like the dual wield option. Oh, it's Ranwid again. Use the energy potion and obtain a relic. Lose dual wield, or let's lose the energy potion. And what did I get? Kunai. Every time you play 3 attacks in a single turn, gain 1 dexterity. Okay. Alright, these guys. Whenever you gain block, deal 5 damage to a random enemy. And what does that do? Play the top 3 cards of your draw pile, which would be Ghostly Armor, Feed, and Barricade. Don't feel like I really need to do that. Oh, hold up. This turn, your next attack is played twice. So if I double tap Fiend Fire... So basically, I'm going to get like 42 damage out of that. Oh, is it only to 1 target? That's unfortunate. Well, then I'll pick this one. Oh. Okay, since there's nothing else in my hand, that doesn't really work. Well, now I know. All things considered, demon form probably would have been better. Okay, well, I lose this if I don't use it, so... Ghostly Armor. Now I can't play Barricade. I do gain 2 energy from that. What's next? Skills cost 0. Double your strength, but I haven't... and then Immolate. Adds a burn to my... Hello. Not quite sure how to put it. Zilly Jackson? Anyway. No, this is not my first playthrough. It was my first playthrough as the deFECT, but yeah, it didn't go particularly well. I had previously played as the Ironclad and the Silent on Standard, though. So anyway, how are you doing? Hopefully well. So what's the story of the game? That's one of the things about this game. The story is not very, like, obviously stated. I mean, the general sense is you're playing as these characters and you're trying to, you know, defeat enemies as you go through, but, like, it doesn't really give you too much other information right away. I guess there's more that you can discover through, like, looking at some of the tips. That'll reveal some lore. I think there are other ways that lore gets revealed later on, but, like, you have to play a fair bit to really unlock the lore, so to speak. Okay, well, that's not fatal, but at least it's gonna do something. And I'd rather not play Brutality. Limit Break does nothing for me right now. I'll just end that turn. As to how I'm doing, pretty good. Actually about to move into another apartment, which I'm excited for, primarily because, like, I'll, you know, have my own place here. I actually just recently moved from out of state and had to move in with my parents for a bit just until I found my own place. So, about to move into my own place, kind of do things more to my own schedule, I guess. A card from your exhaust pile into your hand. 13 damage. Apply 1 weak and 1 vulnerable. Or I can just straight up deal a ton of damage, or gain a ton of block. You know what? Neither of them are actually dealing damage this turn, so let me play Reaper here. I can recover some HP. What all is in my exhaust pile that I could get? If I got feed, it wouldn't be free, though. What type of game do I like to play most? I'd say, generally speaking, I lean towards RPGs. Just the way the stories play out, like, they tend to have the most detailed stories, but also just, like, the character leveling and progression systems and all that. I think that also tends to be better in role-playing games. But I mean, those, like, things that I like about RPGs can be found in a lot of different genres of games nowadays. You draw status card. Select 1 card, draw 2 cards. Alright, so I think I'm gonna dual wield Headbutt here. So now I have a second copy of that in my hand. Alrighty. Getting rid of this dude. Oh, hello. Hold up. What did I just do? I totally forget what I just did. From my discard pile on top of my draw pile. Right. Okay. In that case, I'll really be able to finish things off next turn if that doesn't happen. I'll have to play mostly open world games like GTA 5. Now waiting for GTA 6. Yeah. Understandable. Draw a status or curse card, deal 6 damage. Oh, right. I really should probably just do that. And then get something that deals damage. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I thought at one point it was supposed to be releasing pretty soon. But yeah, the game I'm kind of waiting on is Kingdom Hearts not 3. I've been playing 3. Kingdom Hearts 4 is what I'm waiting on. But that's been delayed a number of times. Okay, what do I want to do here? I don't really have much money. So going to the merchant's kind of pointless. I can rest here, which will get me back up to 80 health for the elite. Sure. And then I fight the elite. Ah, this guy. Okay. So I think this one's like, if I don't damage it for a while, like, it's not gonna attack me. Okay. Choose an attack or power card and add a copy of that to your hand. Interesting. So I could use dual wield on Berserk here and start gaining 2 extra energy each turn. Today, I'm probably not going to go on too much longer, so then I'll have some solid time to, you know, get stuff packed for the apartment move and all that. You know, let me go ahead and do this. Oh, that's right. So it's just straight up dazed for now. Alright, you know what? Let me see what I get from this. Well, it's going to be exhausted if I don't play that. Put a card from your exhaust pile into your hand. What's in my exhaust pile? That's not my exhaust pile, is it? That's my exhaust pile. So I could draw even more cards. But anyway. Yeah, so this game on the whole is what most people call a roguelike. So there's various elements that play out differently each time. And just with some of that can make it feel very different each time you attempt it. Oh, geez. Next attack is played twice. I could do 50 damage like that. Or if I double my strength. Oh, that's a permanent doubling of strength. Interesting. But I think overall this is going to do more. Okay. Yeah, and there are a few different characters you can play as in this game, so it's, you know, there's some ways to make it different there as well. There's still one character that I absolutely have not played as at all. But out of the 3 others, there's only one that I've actually completed the main like, kind of standard run with. But yeah, you use these cards. Each one has different energy costs that you see at the top left. Read the card to know what it does. And obviously, if you run out of energy, or the only cards in your hand are ones that are unplayable, then, yeah, that kind of ends your turn. And then, if you look at the enemy, you can kind of see what they're trying to do, even when it's not completely obvious just by the symbol over their heads. And highlighting your own character will show you what all is, like, what all status stuff your character has or anything like that that might be going on. Okay. Hey, what? Let me go ahead and play armaments. What do I want to upgrade here? That would make it that would make corruption cost 2 less, but then I'm exhausting all my skills. I'm not sure I like that. That would deal 34 damage now, which is just shy of enough to win this. Battle Trance would just draw 4 cards. Barricade costs 1 less if I play that. I think I'm going to upgrade Immolate. Play that. Battle Trance. Okay, and then Pommel Strike and I win. Notice something in my channel. Sure, you can share it. I mean, unless you think it's something that bad that I wouldn't want it to be public knowledge. Whenever you add a card to your deck, gain 9 gold. Interesting. Oh, and I'm about to add a card to my deck. What do you know? Demon Form's kind of good to have. Whenever you gain block, deal 5 damage to a random enemy. I haven't actually been able to do that much. I don't have too many block gaining cards. Well, let's go Demon Form. When you become an affiliate, you still haven't added emails to your channel. Need is a strong word, but I understand what you're saying. I feel like I know where you're leading with that. But feel free to say what you're going to say anyway. Whenever you enter a rest site, start the next combat with 2 energy. Huh. Okay. Oh, and speaking of rest sites... yeah, honestly, just, like... I haven't... with work and moving and other stuff going on, I haven't had time to really sit down and consider emotes and what those should look like to even tell anybody what to make with those. Alright, so if I upgrade Demon Form, it adds 3 strength instead of 2. Hang on. Yeah, left bumper. Okay. Upgrading that adds just more damage, I guess. Yeah. Wheel plus. Add 2 copies. That adds more weak and vulnerable. Look, respectfully, I'm approached by artists all the time. I'm not necessarily looking for anything right now. Again, if I had an idea of what I wanted, maybe I'd ask for some help with making emotes and stuff. But right now, I'm not real sure about that. And if I was honestly really interested, I would probably approach someone directly rather than passively sit here and wait for them to come to me. So, you can do your thing, but that doesn't mean I'm going to ask you to make anything for me. Next 2 attacks are played twice. 5 cards. That just makes that lower cost. Gain extra block. Bludgeon could deal 10 more damage. Making barricade cost less. Might be a nice thing to have. Ooh. Extra damage from Fiend Fire could be helpful. Or Feed. Limit Break. Doesn't exhaust then if it's upgraded. Or I could make Exhume cost 0. Anyway. Okay, well. Now I'm not sure. I'm like, which of these do I want to upgrade? That just gains a little more block. I see having Feed deal more damage also makes it more likely to be fatal, thus raising my max HP even more. But also Fiend Fire would be a pretty good one. You know what? I'm gonna go with Feed. Okay. Okay, that's a skill. Skills cost 0, and if you play a skill exhausted... I mean, that's already going to be exhausted. But it already also costs 0. This is not a great starting hand. I guess I'll see what else I could draw. Impervious Demon Form. Could be nice to have. Okay, let's do that. I gain even more energy. Demon Form. Uppercut. Well, now, out of the 1 weak and 1 vulnerable, I gotta imagine the vulnerable is what would get applied then. I see, but that's skill, and that would cost 0 now. But then I wouldn't be able to play anything else. And that would be a whole lot better if I had Barricade active. Okay, you know what? Uppercut on this one. Yeah, I kind of figured the vulnerable is what we'd get through. Okay. Juggernaut. So now any block that I do gain will stick around between turns, assuming it doesn't get used up by actual blocking things. Okay, well that's going to disappear if I don't use it, so sure. Then 23 damage to all is nice. But also dealing damage to all of them and recovering that is nice. Okay, Reaper. And there goes all the block I gained, but oh well. Ooh, okay. There's a pretty decent chance of... First of all, I think I'm going to do that. Not that I think it's going to matter a ton. But yeah, if I do immolate and then feed, that's definitely going to get rid of one of these enemies. So I gain more max HP. And just for fun, bludgeon, kaboom. 30 gold, ink bottle. Whenever you play 10 cards, draw 1 card. Okay. Notice it doesn't say 10 cards in 1 turn or anything like that. It's just 10 cards, period. I could get another feed. Sure. What does that do? Oh, right. Okay, well, I'm definitely going to upgrade something here. I could upgrade my other feed card that I just got. Very long play kind of decision, but why not? Okay, sure, I'll play Berserk. And to do 13 damage, apply 1 weak and 1 vulnerable. Let me do ghostly armor, because I don't want to completely lose that. Uppercut, immolate. Okay. So yeah, I'm actually like gaining cards in my deck after each turn. Barricade doesn't really help me a ton right now. Nor do I have any strength to double. Fiendfire would get me 28 damage. I'd get more from dual wielding immolate. Oh wait, no, that makes a copy of it, not... Dang it. I thought that was the one that made it playable twice or whatever. Ooh, okay. Tell you what. Distilled Chaos. See, now double tap is in play, which does actually then make immolate go twice. But now, ooh, okay. Feed still doesn't do enough. But I don't really have any strength to speak of. So at least it's something. Okay, this has become pretty much just complete the daily run. Or do stuff in the daily climb. And that's about it. 4 damage plus 12 would not be enough. Although, if I zoom and play 2 of the... Okay. There we go. 1 feed plus. 2 feed plus. Huzzah! 30 gold. Lantern. Start each combat with an additional energy. Heck yeah. Blessing of the Forge. Upgrade all cards in your hand for the rest of combat. Great potion to use against a boss. And now I could get another feed card. Or Impervious. Impervious definitely has its uses. I mean, so does Bludgeon, but I think I'm going to go with Impervious this time. Alright, event. It's a battle. But not a particularly tough battle by the look of it. Let's do Ghostly Armor, I guess. And then I could use Bludgeon and just get rid of this dude. Bye! Okay, and just like that, feed plus, victory, and more max HP. Reckless Charge, deal 7 damage, shuffle a Dazed into your draw pile. Twin Strike, Iron Wave. Let's go with Iron Wave. Yeah, sure. Iron Wave. And another rest stop. So I'm going to start with a bunch of extra energy. And in light of that, I think I will smith. Iron Wave. Deals extra damage and gains extra block that way. I think now I might upgrade Barricade. Because that makes it cost less. And I might actually use it a little more often then. Not that I'm expecting to go through this entire daily climb thing. Ghostly Armor. And then, you know what? Demon Form and Fiend Fire. Because I don't want to exhaust the feed card yet. But I am not the biggest fan of using Brutality. I guess that was the 10th card I had played, so I drew another one. Oh well. I am never going to draw those because you sent them to my discard pile. Okay. See, that's a power, not a skill. Okay. Those are both skills, but that wouldn't really mean anything in this situation. Okay. 34 damage definitely doesn't get it down to half yet. So, hiya. Now it plans to attack. Unless I can get it down below half. Okay. Feed. Oh, it got exhausted anyway, right. Could have played that a little better then. 5 block, deal 9 damage. So if I do that twice, that's another 18, which gets it down to, let's see here, 80, still 74, which isn't enough. Darn it. But if I exhume Fiend Fire, that would be enough to... okay. Or that would potentially be enough as well, but... going with Fiend Fire. That's... oh, now that's 11 for each card. Yeah, that's definitely enough. Interrupted. And now it's 2 smaller slimes, each with 48 HP. Not a terrible turn to play Berserk, because they're not attacking this turn. Yeah, I could play another demon form, but... sheesh. Oh, dang. Limit break. My strength is at 6. This would bump it up to 12. And then Immolate deals 33 damage to both of them. So then they're gonna split. And now I've got 4 little slimes, each with 15 HP. Okay, by 3 weak and vulnerable to all, Okay, tell you what. Feed on this one. More max HP. Offering to see what I get from it. Bloodletting, lose 3 HP, gain 2. Play the top card of your draw pile and exhaust it. Well, the top card of my draw pile is Thunderclap. Weak. Tell you what, I will uppercut that one. Just because I can, I'll do that. Oh, okay. 18 damage. Yep. Win. That might have been the easiest boss battle ever. I don't really like corruption or brutality, so I'm gonna take Barricade. Okay, well, that was also Act 1 of this particular daily climb, which I was told just yesterday, actually, that apparently daily climbs are not necessarily the same across platforms. So I guess this only applies today to Xbox. So if anybody's watching a recorded version of this, it doesn't really matter anyway. But at least you could sort of see what the modifiers do. Runic Pyramid, at the end of your turn, and you no longer discard your hand. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Tiny House, upon pickup, obtain 1 potion. Gain 50 gold, raise your max HP by 5. Obtain 1 card, and upgrade 1 random card. Cursed Key, gain energy at the start of your turn. Whenever you open a non-boss chest, obtain a curse. Ugh. be interested to see how the runic pyramid works with all this. But anyway, that's probably just going to be in my own time. Definitely not as part of a recording. Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna real quick try and speed run the rest of this daily climb, so to speak. Sticking to the left would give me fewer choices, which means I would have to take less time making those choices. But then again, if I stick to the far right, I fight more elites, it would seem. 2, 3. Yeah, whereas that's got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go far right path. Okay, no more recording this stream, but the stream itself will continue. Well, okay. Hang on. Upgrade all cards in your hand for the rest of combat. Play the top 3 cards of your draw pile, but that includes the energy cost associated, right? Let's go with Demon Form. And you know what? I think I am actually going to use Brutality this time. Well, you know what? Yeah, sure. Gives me a little more flexibility in what I can do. Oh, that's right. I don't discard stuff. Duh. So drawing more cards in a way becomes even more helpful then. Geez. Okay. Immolate could be pretty helpful here. Or I do Impervious just to not take damage. And then, I don't know, maybe Feed after that? Or... So, actually, the run as the deFECT wound up being kind of short, so I just hopped into a daily just cause, and wound up with this. How short? Like, I didn't even get halfway through Act 2. Somehow. I don't even know how. Like, it seemed like things were building up pretty decently. All the rares in a little infinite deck, yeah. It's infinite, alright. Gain 5 block, deal 7 damage. I've already got enough block. I think I'm going to use Limit Break right now. And since I don't discard anything... Oh, jeez. Oh, so there is a hand size limit. Duly noted. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so 10 cards is the maximum. Now I know. Alright, you know what? Immolate. And doggone it, 18 isn't quite enough. So I will... Ah, dang it, I should have done double tap. Oh well. You might have mentioned that, but it's been a little while, so I probably just forgot. Let me go ahead and do this. Okay. So now I will play feed there to gain more max HP. Oh, I don't have enough energy to bludgeon the other one unless I do the offering. But it's about to guard, so... Oh, hold up. Double tap and feed. Haha. There we go. Even more max HP. And I get a colorless potion. No. I recorded the first act of the daily climb, but I'm not recording anymore. Whenever card is... Ooh. The way this card runs, it exhausts a lot. So maybe I should give myself that. Right. I wanted to go with the far right path, I think, to run into the most elites. At the end of its turn, gains 14 block. Receiving unblocked right. Okay. $21. Okay, so I'm thinking bludgeon and then feed. Play the top 3 cards. That's just a colorless potion. Although, you know what? Let me use up the colorless potion. Just to keep something active. Whenever you apply a debuff to an enemy, they take 5 damage. Put an attack from your draw pile into your hand. At the start of your turn, add a random colorless card into your hand. Since it's just for this battle. Secret weapon. Oh, right, I pick one. Okay. Hold up, did I read that right, where it doesn't cost anything? I forget what all it said. Should have read a little more closely. Well, if it's not free, then I can't play any of them. So, whatever. Am I trying to finish the run? Basically, yeah. Immolate would not quite do enough damage. What? So that's like 9, and then yeah, that would only deal 30 in total. Modifiers are the same for yeah. Sorry, I read that. I just didn't really react to it. Now, if I double tap... So if I double tap Immolate, right, that's where I was getting the 30 damage from. If I double tap Uppercut, though, it's also weak then, so I take less. Or I just do Impervious and straight up don't take any damage this turn. Not really much sense in playing anything else, though. Unless I want to just ditch that from my hand. Oh, but now I'm also frail. Okay. Gain 3 block and deal 5 damage. Eh. Yeah, that... I mean, the guy who mentioned that in the Discord server, like, I know him. So, he said he was going to be on the... He said he was going to try to watch yesterday's stream, because basically he started playing Slay the Spire himself and is really enjoying it. You know what? I'm gonna double tap Uppercut now. Oh, it healed from that, huh? 12 damage, okay. So that would deal 11. And then if I do Feed Plus, I win and gain some max HP. Oh, what? Oh, did I have extra strength that I wasn't accounting for, maybe? Guess you won't have a run to continue till 2 weeks from now. Yeah. Flex Plus could help quite a bit with some of this stuff I've been doing. Immolate bypasses. Oh. Okay. Alright, what relics do we got here? Every 4th mystery room is a treasure room. Your first attack each combat deals 8 additional damage. Whenever you shuffle your draw pile, gain 6 block. I don't know if I shuffle my draw pile a ton. The other 2 could be nice to have, though. He had shield, but Immolate did not care about it. Yeah, that sounds like a reasonable guess. Alright, what else can I afford here? Potions, I could get a dexterity potion, a power potion, or an ancient potion which gives 1 artifact. Eh. Must have been extra strength. That could be the case as well. Yeah. I like metallicize. I'm getting metallicize. Oh, and I have it right off the bat. If I want to hold up. bigger. Next attack deals 8 additional damage. Right. Ooh, so it's 40, but then I think that would be 12. So that still wouldn't be quite enough. Dang it. No, I did not meet the birds. Find the stone slab. Funny enough, I did find the note to myself. So I exchanged the armaments card I had put in there for just a random block, because I came across it really early in the run, so I didn't have any really good cards to give, especially not ones that would obviously be applicable to other characters. So yeah. Good, but now next time you get a starter. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna use feed twice on the cultist here and gain some more max HP. Probably want to use this now, if at all. I got the note to myself as the deFECT. So I could still come across it in this run. Right, so non-attack cards make me shuffle one dazed into my draw pile. Ooh. Hang on. If I did flex, then double tap. Of course, then if I did immolate, it would do over 42 damage, for sure. Or if I went with uppercut, it would also apply the weakness and vulnerability. Check your deck if you've done... Yeah. Yeah, I know. My deck keeps expanding every turn. And yes, I also know the deck order. So, like, Immolate will be the next card I draw, then Feel No Pain, then Barricade. And so on and so forth. I definitely want to play Flex here. Probably also double tap. So, Immolate is now going to deal 50 damage. If I do that. Or I deal 34 and apply some weakness and vulnerability. Like last run without Unceasing Top. Eh. Yeah, now if you had... Ooh. That would be an interesting combination, though, if you had the Unceasing Top and the Controlled Chaos. Or, sorry. Not the Controlled Chaos. What's the one that lets you... Yeah, I guess Controlled Chaos would, but the Frozen Eye in particular. can't one of the modifiers overrides the other. Ah, darn it. Alright, you know what? Immolate. Twice. Not entirely sure why I drew cards from those. I wouldn't be able to play that. So... Oh, but... because of the one relic, it would still stay in my hand. Now, Controlled Chaos was a modifier, not a starting relic. It added the Frozen Eye, but then also is responsible for adding 10 random cards to the bottom of my draw pile every turn. Is it a starting relic modifier? I started with it, if that's what you're asking. I have been doing quite a bit of card exhausting, but I don't know if this is the right time in the battle to try and do that now. I'll tell you what. Uppercut. And Immolate still doesn't do quite enough, but next turn, then Feed should do enough to win. And of course, give me more max HP. Okay. Still haven't gotten a ton of block lately. Do have pretty decent ways of modifying strength, so maybe I'll get the heavy blade. Oh, this is a new one for me. Scaling the city, you notice a wall covered in the writing of ancients. As you try to wrap your head around what the puzzling symbols and glyphs could mean, the writing begins to glow. Suddenly the message becomes clear. Elegance, remove a card from your deck. Simplicity, upgrade all strikes and defends. Probably just the basic ones, though, which I have none of. Yeah, so... I could remove Brutality, because I, never use it anyway. Or Corruption. In fact, I like Corruption even less than Brutality. So, Elegance. And... I'm ditching Corruption. And now it's elite time. What did that trigger? First, right. $40 damage. Just outright. Kaboom. With Inception and Controlled Chaos, you get Controlled Chaos modifier of deck additions, but you get Unceasing Top instead of Frozen Eye. So let's see here. That's 25, 32 damage I'm about to take. Sheesh. And I have no way of adding block. Unless... play the top 3 cards of your draw pile. What would those be? Feed, Exhume, and Double Tap. But now, do the associated energy costs go along with it? Let's find out. Nope. So double tap is active. Which means... okay, but 12 damage wouldn't be enough. Bludgeon? I could definitely get rid of somebody with bludgeon now. Kaboom. Twice. No, not that. This. If I did another offering... I would just gain a bunch of block, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, I suppose. Or the strength card, which would trigger about 90 strength. Yeah. Okay. I guess... I mean, I could play feed right now. It wouldn't... But yeah, Fiendfire would only get rid of one of them, though. I have to choose a target. You know, I'm just gonna play Ghostly Armor for now. Strength and double. I mean... yeah, sure, but then what? Flex. Limit break. And, okay, 20 damage, or... also 20 damage. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Fiendfire can only damage one particular target. Which is okay, because it could definitely get rid of one of them. Which at this point is better than not getting rid of one. Or I do feed twice and still get rid of the front one, but then also gain some max HP. Okay. Feed twice, gain some max HP, and yeah, then next turn I could just use Fiendfire and get rid of the other one. Strength affects this card 3 times. Yeah, so that alone would deal 26 damage right now. But that's not what we're going with. We're doing Fiendfire. Hiya. Hey, maybe a little bit of overkill. Orichalcum, if you end your turn without block, gain 6 block. Huh. interesting / nice to have. Yeah, out of these, I kind of like Immolate. Rest stop. I probably want to actually rest here. In this deck, a good deck to do a custom run with the modifier. Alright, now we've got an elite. And I start this off with another 2 extra energy from the Ancient Tea set. Because it's just after a rest site. Demon form, yeah. Probably a good idea. Feel no pain early on could be a good idea because, you know, this also exhausts quite a few cards. Oh, and then Immolate would get rid of all but the big guy here. Well, no, he's annoying. Okay. And? Yeah, saying an annoying thing doesn't really help me much. What is the elite? It is called the Gremlin Leader. Enemy intends to block and use a buff. It's also got a shield gremlin and a fat gremlin with it. In case you were wondering. Honestly, Immolate seems like the only... Okay, but what does he summon? Does he summon things that are worse than these ones? Because if not, then... I'm not sure it matters much, and... He does summon 2 more random gremlins. Okay. I'm still playing Immolate. Oh, sure, now I get a flex card. Well, I can just play that next turn. Since it doesn't get discarded. Okay. And now I have more strength. Let's see here. Flex. It's actually 2 per turn, so I've got 6 strength to double. No sense in guarding right now. Or blocking, whatever. I mean, I could use Immolate again, or... Well, I'm never gonna redraw Ghostly Armor anyway. Because I just keep getting cards added to the deck. So, you know what? Immolate. Because it's 33 damage. It removes itself. Yeah. But the thing is, even if I played it, I would never get it back anyway. So it's like, okay, do I use the 10 armor? Like, do I gain the 10 armor or just... I don't know. In the moment, it didn't feel worthwhile to me. Okay, Fiend... Again, I think Fiend... Oh, that's right. They would have... The minions abandon combat without their leader. So yeah, Fiend Fire on the leader, and then win. They're like, run! 30 gold. War Paint. Upon pickup, upgrade 2 random skills. Weak Potion applies 3 weak. Okay, whatever. War Paint. Impervious and Limit Break have been upgraded. I mean, fair enough. If I saw that, I might run too. Now, do I go with Reaper or Feed here? You know what? Reaper, in case I run into more, like, groups of enemies. Okay, what is this? A mummified hand. Okay. And that's the thing, too. Oh, the boss is the collector, isn't it? Yeah. So, I had the mummified hand in Act 2 of my deFECT run as well, and I had stockpiled a decent number of power cards, so I kept using those, making other things cost 0. Like, I was comboing off reasonably well, yet I still died pretty quickly in Act 2. Maybe just because I wasn't finding ways to block. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna lose Ghostly Armor, but I'm thinking Flex, Reaper, Immolate. Weak. This run is a slow deck, but also major card. Bad time on that Flex. Why? Just because of losing the Ghostly Armor? Oh, yeah, but... I mean, honestly... So wait, that's 29. That's 12. Oh, it's because the first one gets 8 extra damage. Duh. Yeah, but there's no guarantee we're even gonna draw the double in this battle. I'm going for the quick thing. See, now that's 33 to all enemies, or that's 16. Guaranteed if you use your... What? Okay, yeah, but I'm guaranteed what? Next thing that comes up is Juggernaut, Offering, Feed, and so on. Yes, but what are you suggesting that I get from it? Yeah, 6 cards away from the limit break thing, okay. Which means I probably wouldn't end up getting it, so... My idea was the right play, even if I hadn't looked into it first. Okay, I could have healed more, but I didn't think it entirely necessary. You know what? Just to make ghostly armor free. There we go. I block 10 damage and lose 1 health next turn in exchange. Oh no. Okay, so feed I could use to get rid of the front enemy. Can I gain strength? Not this turn. I mean, unless I use the offering first. Huh, and now I have Fiend Fire, which I could use to get rid of the middle one, I guess. Or, well, no, because the battle's probably not going to last that much longer. Okay, Fiend Fire on that one. Could have won this turn. What? How? Draw combat. I would have drawn, what? These 3 cards, maybe? Like... Yeah, I mean, I guess any situation where there's potential card draw, I should make a habit of checking the deck, I guess. That the way you're wording these things, it's like it sounds almost like you think they're certainties when it's just possible. But you did say could, not would, so maybe that's me just misinterpreting. Out of all these, I think I'd take the offering. Okay, rest site. Okay, so I could heal 36, which I think would put me all the way at my max health. This was one of my worst relics to work with because I do not check the deck when I have that relic at most times. Yeah, apparently same. Okay. By the way, in case you didn't notice, one of the modifiers is Big Game Hunter, so there's more elites. But it says they drop better rewards. Now if I smithed something... What would it be? Also, where's the... Oh yeah, limit break. Okay, so that doubles strength without exhausting now. I'm still kind of inclined to rest up for the elites. I'm gonna rest. I'm not gonna say for sure if that was the better idea. Oh, these guys again. Okay. And I have hardly any attack cards in my hand. I do have draw, and it draws 3 cards. So it could give me dual wield, which adds another copy of something, heavy blade, and barricade. Dual wield does also work with powers. So I could make another copy of, like, shoot, any one of these 3, really. Offering. I feel like just one Juggernaut, like, if I'm trying to combo off with this stuff, I feel like doubling up on Feel No Pain and then adding a Juggernaut to it would be a good idea. Wait on dual wield? For what? Man, I could also add another Immolate to my hand. Because it's an attack or power. Where did Fiendfire go in the deck? It is quite a ways down. It's the 14th card from where I currently am. Actually, nothing in my hand exhausts. Well, that doesn't exactly make the Feel No Pain Juggernaut combo work as well as I hoped. Dual wield Immolate. Yeah, there is definitely that. Play all 3. Okay. Dual wield Immolate. Definitely playing the first one. See, then it's just dealing a bunch of damage, though. And not to the whole group. So, actually, a lot of damage when he's not responding. Okay. My only other thought was do Demon Form this turn, and that would make Heavy Blade stronger coming up. But, because Strength affects it 3 times. Strength Doubler is the 10th card down. So, still, you know what? Oh, right. It's a power which can make a card cost 0. I forgot about that factor. Okay, well, I'm gonna play the card while it's free, or Maybe I should have read that more closely. Does it only make stuff free this turn, or is it free until it leaves my hand? I should have looked into that. That turn. Okay. It just says that turn. Okay. Feel no pain. See, so there was a better reason to do the feel no pain juggernaut thing at the start. I have far too many relics going on here, honestly. Well, that's not great. Yeah, every time you play 3 attacks in a single turn, gain 1 dexterity. Unblock damage less than 4, or unblock damage less than 5 becomes 5, basically. You add a card to your deck, gain 9 gold. There's the teapot thing. Whenever you play 10 cards, draw 1. Don't discard your hand. First attack deals 8 damage. 8 additional damage. End your turn without block, gain 6. Whenever you play a power, yeah. Every 3 turns, gain an energy. Interesting. Okay. How far is the 2, 3, 4? It's the 4th card coming up, so I think we'd probably get to it next turn. No? Why not? Yeah, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If we play even 2 cards, we could draw it. So... Barricade wouldn't allow me to play anything else. So no. Because I would not use enough cards then to get to the strength modifier. Yeah, also, Barricade is only good, though, if, like, the battle's gonna continue for a long time. Because all it does is make sure that block doesn't get removed. So right now, I'm thinking I will play Iron Wave. And maybe Uppercut? Or maybe just Reaper for now, since A, I have another Reaper, and B... you know, it doesn't deal that much damage. I don't know. Alright, he has summoned the minions. Alright, flex first. Berserk to make something free? How far away is the Fiend Fire? It's the third card from the top, but, like... with the extra strength, I could probably finish things this turn. Oh, and it just made Limit Break free. Okay. Not exactly the card I would have preferred to become free, but still. Okay, yeah. Immolate and... deals tons of damage, and then feed probably because more max HP. Okay, 30 gold. Regal Pillow. Whenever you rest, heal an additional 15 HP. Don't really need that too much, but whatever. Duplication Potion. This turn, your next card is played twice. And we could get another Fiend Fire. Or Barricade or Demon form. But Fiend Fire, probably. It's especially helpful against the bosses and, you know, the troublesome single enemies. Okay. Merchant. What you got for me? Well, I can't afford the Molten Egg, which, whenever you add an attack into your deck, upgrade it. Pen Nib. Every 10th attack you play deals double damage. Interesting. Lee's Waffle. Upon pickup, raise your max HP by 7 and heal all of your HP. I'm already finding ways to increase max HP and heal it. Well, I would probably take the Pen Nib, for one. And I could also add another card here. Like Armaments is pretty much always a good thing. And actually, I could also get either Headbutt or Havoc. Or Strength Potion. Yeah, but then I have to get rid of a potion. Play 3 weak. Next card played twice. Now, I will admit, applying 3 weak... Applying 3 weak might not gel quite as well as gaining 2 strength with this deck, but it's still not bad. Alright, you know what? Fine. Discarding the weak potion. Getting a strength potion. Can't afford anything else. And it's these 3 again. Well, this is a predicament. Instant use, dual wield on the limit break, yeah. Or, wait, potion, oh. Potion of strength, double the strength. I mean, I guess. Dual wield Fiend Fire. You know what? Dual wield can't be used on the limit break. Because it's a skill, not an attack or a power. Sweet. Potion, double. So we're using dual wield on Fiend Fire. Using and then doubling the strength. Or gaining and doubling the strength. Whatever. Using dual wield on Fiend Fire. But then Fiend Fire, the one Fiend Fire is just going to exhaust the other one. The other one in our deck is quite a ways down, the 15th card. Battle reset. I could do that? Honestly, how do I leave? I don't see a leave button. Settings? Oh, like... save and quit and then go back? Okay, fine. Continue. Okay, well, that resets the battle, at least. Yeah, so... Yeah, we could still drink the potion and double the strength. In that case, I'm wondering if we might want to make a copy of Immolate. Since that does quite a bit of damage to all. Okay. Right. Deck check, eh. Nothing super good coming up for a while. Alright, Immolate. Now, I'm not saying this is gonna happen, but wouldn't it be crazy if I used Berserk, but then it, like, made the other Immolate free? But I don't think that's gonna happen. Or, well, I mean, the odds are, what, 1 in 3? Could actually just end up making Fiend Fire free, which isn't... I mean, it would do enough damage to one of them if I used it. Yeah. But if Immolate became free... But, yeah, I guess I can look into the possibilities next turn. Oh, geez, okay. I have all kinds of powers going on. Or I can just... Well, no, I can't use Immolate twice without one of them being free. Yeah, possibly. Alright. Brutality. Targeted Reaper instead of Immolate. I could also play Berserk, which is another power. Okay, and that made Juggernaut free. Okay. Still definitely thinking Immolate. Oh yeah, and then Reaper does enough to win. Maybe you should have flipped that, actually. Oh yeah, Juggernaut is also a power. Could have done that a little different. And the other Immolate became free. Oh well. Reaper for healing. Even though it's only a little bit. 30 gold, Singing Bowl. When adding cards into your deck, you may raise your max HP by 2 instead. All the max HP. Barricade I never use. I mean, Feed is nice to have. Exhume is meh. So, I would probably either take Feed or gain the max HP. I'll take Feed. And we've got a rest. I really don't need to heal that much, I don't think. Smithing. What do we got? Armaments is always a good one to upgrade. Dual wield upgraded would add 2 copies of a card. Reaper would just deal more damage. Feed, of course, deals more damage and raises max HP further. Fiend Fire does more damage. Metallicize gains more block. Heavy Blade means strength effects at 5 times instead of 3. Immolate deals more damage. Offering draws 5 cards. Feel No Pain gains an extra block per exhaustion. Barricade would cost 1 less. Iron Wave, 2 more block, 2 more damage. Demon Form would gain 3 strength per turn. Double Tap applies to the next 2 attack cards instead of just 1. The Doubler's already upgraded. Ghostly Armor gains 3 more block. Uppercut. 1 more weak, 1 more vulnerable. Impervious just gains 10 more block. Bludgeon gains 10 more damage. Brutality would just become innate. Berserk is 1 less vulnerable. Juggernaut deals 2 extra damage per block gain. Exhume costs 0 instead of 1. Which one do I think is your pick? I don't know. There's too many options. I mean, dual wield is pretty good. Upgraded. So is armaments. Just tell me which one's your pick. Berserk. Because the drawback only lasts for 1 turn. And that can easily be planned out to where it's like, oh, hey, I see none of the enemies are attacking. Let me go Berserk now. I do see what you mean there. And it's a free card. And being a power, it would make another card free. Alright, I see what you're saying there. Alright. Fine then. Boss time. Yeah. I'm getting hungry though, so I think after this I might have to just kinda... Oh, but this is part of a daily climb. I can't finish it another day. Darn it. Okay. Whew, jeez. I've got a bunch of powers in my hand. I could come back later today, but I really would rather not. I would like to spend the bulk of my day either prepping stuff for the move or editing videos that I just recorded. Either yesterday or today. So, tell you what. Brutality just because of making something free. And now Barricade's free. And now Metallicize is free. My whole hand is free. Alright. Demon form will not be free, but it can make something else free. This turn, your next card is played twice. And I could duplicate one of them. Where is Flex's friend? Card number 6. Yeah, so... Demon form. So I gain more strength in between. And... I'm just gonna do double tap and feed then. Yeah, so what? Like, not every time I use it, it's gonna get the second effect. Plus, I have like 3 or 4 feed cards in the deck. Alright, well, there's our power doubler. Or a strength doubler, I should say. So I guess I will flex. Limit break. So strength is now up to 12. Reaper? Duplication potion. Oh. True. Next card is played twice. Can we do a redo after multiple turns? Okay, fine. We'll redo it. And honestly, there's a chance I could make the first turn go even better then, too. Because I'm wondering if doing offering first... Well, no, because I'll draw the same cards and the cost is only reduced for that turn, so, But yeah, brutality is what helped us get to the limit break when we did. Power randomizer could change. Yeah. Alright. Brutality. Barricade. Isn't this exactly how it went down before? Which, I guess I'm generally okay with. I do believe I played Demon Form on this turn. Now, before I did double tap and feed, I don't necessarily need to do that again this time. Okay, well, alright. All of that has been done. Ending the turn. Wound up with 5 unused energy. Okay, so this time, flex, duplication potion, limit break, and now strength is at 24. And I'm thinking I'll play Reaper this turn. Save cards do nothing. Why? I don't need to save every freaking card. Eventually, there's a limit to how much damage I can do with Fiend Fire. But yes, I realize you probably want to use Fiend Fire on the Collector. So wait, Fiend Fire does 29 now because of the temporary strength going away. But still, 29 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 29 times 9 is It's what, 261? It doesn't count itself, I'd imagine. So yeah, 261, which is still enough. So yeah, Fiend Fire on the Collector. Oh, good grief. That was almost too easy. 100 gold, Strength Potion. Add a card to my deck. We could add another Limit Break. Yeah, when you get that in 20. Yeah. Limit Break. Going for it. Oh yeah, and then I get to choose a relic. Fusion Hammer. Gain an energy at the start of your turn. You can no longer smith at rest sites. Boo. Double the effectiveness of potions. Gain an energy at the start of your turn. You can no longer rest at rest sites. Yeah, I'm thinking the Sacred Bark. So wait, if we had a duplication potion with it, oh man, such doubling, much wow. Okay, honestly, like, I kind of need to go though, as as awesome as this has become. How about what? Dude, Seth, I don't have all day. I mean, in a way I do, but no, I should not take that long. With the way this is going, you really think that it's that likely it's not going to take that long? If I play absolutely recklessly, then yeah, maybe. 1 hour recordings. I'm not recording this! I'm done with my recording. You can record 1 act in an hour, but that doesn't. I'm done with what I was planning to record, but like, I gotta edit. I want to prep stuff for the move. So yeah, I haven't even been recording what I've been doing with this daily climb. Except maybe a little bit at the start. So, what exactly is your point, Seth? We're just saying an hour run because you normally take an hour per act when recording. Yeah, but does this end at the end of Act 3? Or not, because it's daily? It ends at Act 3. Twist my arm, why don't you? But you know what? If I can finish this in an hour, I'm just gonna keep going now. I'd rather not even bother with interrupting it. Okay, any powers here? Yes, Juggernaut. Wait, hold up. I drew a card. Why? Was it because of that? No. I don't know. Immolate just became free. So, sure. Yeah, some relic just blinked. Oh, that was the 10th card I played for the ink bottle. That's why. I don't have anything exhausted yet, so playing Exhume would be useless. Next turn, I get Flex. Not sure about Limit Break just yet, though. They're all blocking. Okay, here's a thought. I could play Reaper right now and then just Exhume it. Or what? Or do nothing? I don't know, something in me kind of hates the idea of just simply wasting energy in the turn. Did not say do nothing. You... Or nothing to say that you countered myself. What? Okay. So you were thinking out loud, in a way. Oh, wait. Okay, I did draw both of those. Sweet. Okay. Flex. Double it. Dang. Oh yeah, Immolate. Oh jeez. 58, yeah, that's enough there. Okay, 15 gold. Oh, some of these turns I have a bunch of energy. Whirlwind would be nice. Yeah. Whirlwind it is. Oh, yay, another battle for the... Hold up. Jutting from the chaotic terrain around you, a bony sphere surrounds a mysterious glowing object within. While you are curious what lies inside, you notice some sentries keeping an eye on it. Open sphere, fight, and get a rare relic, or leave. Yeah... Like, I already have a bunch of relics. Do I really need another one that badly? Okay, fine. More fights will probably end it quicker anyway. So, I only get the rare relic if I win, right? Okay, well, I've got Limit Break, but don't have Flex yet. Read the status on them. Aggressive, strength up at the end of this turn, gain 3 strength, yeah. Okay, so, Metallicized is a power that only costs 1. Yes, I see that. Alright, metallicize. Well, that made immolate free. So, sure. I'll play immolate. I'm more certain about wanting to play demon form than barricade. Demon form, and it made limit break free instead of barricade. Bummer. Well, I don't want to play limit break this turn. That's true, I might not get flex for a while. It's card number 15. But still, probably want to wait until next turn to play limit break. We do have demon form happening, yes. You said we want to end this quickly, right? Okay. Feel no pain is a 1-cost power. That just made limit break free again. Not sure I want that right now. Unless I use the strength potion. Which gives us 4 strength now instead of 2. Okay, strength potion, limit break. I do not have another low-cost power right now, which is unfortunate. So either I hope to combo off with some stuff. Like, maybe I could do Juggernaut next, that way I would at least have feed accessible. So next we get, what, Reaper, Brutality, another feed, Impervious, and Dual Wield, I think. Okay. Or I could just completely wait on feed, pending what happens with Juggernaut here. Ha, that just made Demon Form free, heck yeah. And now feed is free. Which I wasn't thinking about using, but I might now just because it's free. I think I'll... Well, I can also block with Ghostly Armor and do feed. Okay. And there's my turn. Oh yeah, I got burned twice. Lovely. 20 damage to all enemies. Which means I would heal 40. Taking 32. Yeah. Okay. I still kind of want to try to combo off of Brutality here, just because it's free and it'll make something else free. That made Dual Wield free. Interesting. So I could copy feed. Okay, copying feed. But I'm still thinking I'll use Reaper this turn. Oh, or I could just use Impervious this turn. What's all in this pile? I could exhume another feed. You know what? Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna exhume another feed. And then end the turn. Okay, honestly, okay, hold up. Oh, geez, yeah. Flex. And then limit break. So now, honestly, both feeds would... Yeah, both feeds I would use could... Yeah, unless I wanted to just heal the regular HP that I have, but more max is probably a better idea. Heal offering feed. What? Oh. I see what you were saying now. I mean... Heal would not have lethaled, now it will. So now no... Well, I mean, there is still a choice. Because I could still do offering and then heal. I just won't end up with as much max health as I would have. $34 gold. Prayer Wheel. Normal enemies drop an additional card reward. Gambler's Brew. Discard any number of cards, then draw that many. Not sure I care much for that, but sure. Ha! Inflame. Yeah! Probably a good combo piece with what we've been doing. Mind Bloom. Oh! This is the one where I can fight a boss and get a rare relic. Yeah. Okay. And here we go. If only I had the upgraded armaments. I mean, easily with one card if we do well. Whirlwind, yeah. I mean, eventually. Especially if I could double tap Whirlwind. Oh, man. $16 times 5 currently. But if I played double tap, that would make it 4, 40, 52. But then it would turn into 100 and... Well... Actually, okay, so... One thing I learned about double tap is that if something is consumed with the first use of the card, that resource isn't still there for the second use of it. So double tapping Whirlwind might actually be pointless. I figured that out one time. I tried to double tap, I tried to double tap Fiendfire before. And that didn't work out. So yeah, double tapping Whirlwind might be pointless. I'm gonna go Brutality first, though, for sure. And that made Immolate free. Which I could upgrade with armaments. Uh, 29 damage is how much it deals currently. Upgrading Immolate makes it deal 7 more damage. So that would bring it up to, what, 30... 36... times 2 would be 72. That would put it at just below half. Double tap Whirlwind. I can't double tap Whirlwind and Immolate. Well, first, so if I used armaments to upgrade double tap, I would have to use Immolate first to get that used twice, and then... No, because Immolate's free. Duh. What am I thinking? But again, if I use armaments on double tap, I get both used twice. Yes, I would have a little less energy for Whirlwind. Oh, next attack deals 8 additional damage. That's why Whirlwind is dealing that much to begin with. But it's just the next attack. So still, like, if I... So, I still don't see a solid reason not to upgrade the double tap and then play Whirlwind, then play Immolate. So if I do that, I've used 2 energy, so Whirlwind would then hit 6 times. So that's, what, 60... 96 there. But then Immolate would also hit twice, which, although it would not necessarily deal 29 damage, it would deal 21. So that's still another 42. So... Alright, well... Calculator time. 16 times 6. 96 plus 42. That's 138. 16 times 8 is 128. So, this thing would be just shy of dead if I do what I was thinking. The slimes that spawn would have 2 HP. Okay, so then playing double tap. Whirlwind. Oh, okay, so even that, the extra damage, because it's the second time Whirlwind was played, the extra damage from the start of the battle wore off. But still, that being played twice brings it down to 26. So yeah, all the more reason that I think my method dealt more damage. Because otherwise, we would have been banking on more hits from a half-damaging Whirlwind. Bludgeon. Yes, it would be a lot. But so would Fiendfire. And depending on what becomes free with Metallicize... Bludgeon block... Where are you getting the block from? It would be Bludgeon this turn, Fiendfire next turn, and that's it. I guess. It's like, or do I take the chance on, you know, the mummified hand popping off? Alright, fine. I'll take the sure thing. And what do you know, I gained 6 block because I didn't have any at the end of the turn. So, yeah. And overkill. Threaded Needle. Start each combat with 4 plated armor. And then, let's see here, I could add an upgraded Heavy Blade, Shrug It Off, or Headbutt. I mean, they're all okay, at least. If we're really emphasizing the strength increase, then Heavy Blade's probably the way to go. At least that's what I'm thinking. Okay. Oh, hey. One of these guys. Who gets 3 strength every turn. Unless I could just deal enough damage to kill it right off the bat, which... with the 8 extra damage plus flex... maybe? $20 damage 5 times, yep. Turn 1, 2-card win. Oh, man. Oh, and I get to add 2 cards to my deck. Don't like Corruption. Anger's fine. Dark Embrace. Whenever a card is exhausted, draw 1 card. I don't know if I've actually been exhausting that many cards. And how many situations would I come upon, really, where... where that's... I don't know. How many situations am I coming on where I'm exhausting stuff and not also using a significant amount of energy. But that is a power, which can increase the combo stuff. So, you know what? Fine. Dark Embrace. And then I could get another Metallicize, I guess. Because, again, power. Why did I... Okay. None of these notifications are a big deal. Two elites on the right side, yeah. Ooh, hello. I randomly happened upon a chest. Ice cream. Energy is now conserved between turns. Oh, jeez. That combos perfectly with Whirlwind, dang it. That made the run I mentioned with 300 cards work, huh? Okay. Is an endless helper? Yeah, I can imagine that helping with endless runs quite a bit. Alright. Oh, hello. Who is this? I have not encountered this one before. So, got a couple of dagger minions. Reptomancer. Reptomancer's got 187 health, though. Enemy's intentions are unknown. Yeah. Expect to hurt. Spawning first turn. Spawns 4 max daggers. Yay! Okay, so, Inflame to start things off. Because A, it's a power, making something else free, and B, gain 3 strength. But, what? Deck check. Yeah, true. Dark Embrace, Bludgeon, Demon Form, Metallicize. My 2 friends. Which 2 friends? If you mean Flex and or the limit breaks, yeah, those are quite a ways down. Flex is the 15th card, and the first limit break isn't until the 27th. But still, Inflame is a power, makes something free, and gains strength. So, you know. What? Huh, that just made Immolate free. Immolate. End turn. Why end turn there? I could at least use Offering, since the energy carries over. Or does extra energy not carry over? It does? Okay. So at that point, then I'm drawing Dark Embrace and Bludgeon. Or, hold up, do I wait until next turn to use Offering, because then it'll also trigger Dark Embrace? Also, it's not 16 times 8 anymore, it's 11. Okay, so you know what? Let me end the turn now. Okay, another minion has spawned. So now I'm considering using Dark Embrace. Actually, okay. Fiend Fire would deal a bunch of damage, and then I would pretty much refill my hand. Whirlwind, yeah, what about it? Also, Dark Embrace being a power. Fiend Fire when Whirlwind is in hand. True, okay. Fair enough. So I could just save Fiend Fire for next turn, potentially. Unless I'm about to draw another Fiend Fire. Because then if I Fiend Fire all this stuff, that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70... And then I do it all over again. But, yeah. Okay, tell you what. Dark Embrace. So, ooh. Okay, hang on. I can use dual wield on Whirlwind. Oh, or that. That's true. Whirlwind offering Fiend Fire, yeah. Of course, now I have both Fiend Fires. And I draw a bunch of stuff. Which... Ooh, hang on. Brutality is free. And it's a power. I just made Metallicize free. Which is also a power. And Feed and I win. Plus I gain some max HP then. Okay, 30 gold. Torii? Whenever you would receive 5 or less unblocked attack damage, reduce it to 1. Okay. Torii. Maybe it's pronounced Torii, not Torii, I don't know. Colorless Potion is kind of meh, but I also don't necessarily like the Gambler's Brew. So I think I'll discard that in favor of the Colorless Potion. Okay, Torii. I think I know what we're choosing here. Another Limit Break. No? Double Tap. Yeah, I mean, Double Tap is also helpful, but... Oh, man. Now could you imagine with the whole, like, drawing cards when they're exhausted, double tapping Fiend Fire would work then. Alright, fine. Double tap. Rest sites. I don't need to actually rest. So, what to upgrade? What to upgrade? Double tap. Just going to do that. Or armaments. Yeah. I'm kind of feeling armaments. Because, I mean, we've seen all the other stuff. Which, yeah, Fiend Fire would deal more damage. Metallicize gives a little more block. Yeah. Unless we wanted to make Brutality innate and just start off with the possibility of rattling off free stuff. Or, hold up, what else is... We've got something else that's new, right? No? What happened to that card that does the... I guess maybe that was already upgraded. Okay. What was... Where's the one I was thinking of? Okay, yeah, I was thinking about Dark Embrace, which is already upgraded. Okay. So... Still kind of stuck between double tap and armaments. Leaning towards armaments just because we only have one. Armaments upgrading cards may not matter because of Fiend Fire. True. But again, now we're relying on 3 different combo pieces for that to work. Whereas armaments upgrading everything in the hand could allow for better usage of multiple combo possibilities. So, in light of that, I'm leaning towards armaments. And I think I'm going to confirm it. Alright, another elite. It's this guy. Huh. Okay. Impervious is already upgraded, but the others are not. Expect me to block all of it and make it do 1, lol. So... Oh, but... in a hand that has Fiend Fire, that kind of doesn't help me much, does it? Well, shoot. His rule is you only do 1 damage per hit. Not always, necessarily. And he does his thing. Yeah, like... Is it this turn that he does the thing? Maybe. No? Okay. Negative effect on you right now. What? I'm confused. What you mean, negative effect right now? His action. Yeah. So the negative effect that he's going to apply with his turn is the one that's going to make me only do 1 damage per hit. No, the one that makes you do 1 is a positive buff on himself. Oh, okay. That's the kind of thing I was trying to figure out. Let me wait for Fiend Fire. Because I'm about to draw some more cards. Oh. I see, but now it says he has Intangible. Reduce all damage taken and HP lost to 1 this turn. So yes, it was just about to be applied. That's what I was trying to figure out. Okay. So... how to handle this, then? Definitely not Fiend Fire. But did I know he was applying it? No. Intangible is reapplied every other turn for him. Every other turn. So next turn he won't have it. Dang it, that just made Fiend Fire free. Wasn't counting on that, because I don't want to do that this turn. Well, I'm definitely blocking. And then I guess that'll be it this turn. Because the intangible goes away whether or not I hit him, right? Right? One more play, what? Hand size right now. 5 plus 6 equals... Oh. You draw 6 on turn? Do I? Your status. Like, what? Because of brutality, I draw an extra card, right? So, okay. So you're thinking I should just play something this turn anyway? At turn end if it helps. What am I even going to be drawing? 2 offerings? But not the thing that has me redrawing cards. That doesn't hit until way later. Yay. So... yeah. Chrono! Coming in with a raid! What's up, cool people? How y'all doing? Those of you who don't know, my name is Matt, aka That Random Christian Gamer. I like to say I'm a random Christian guy playing random games, connecting with random people, and helping to answer their random questions. So hi everybody, and I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Zekusp? Thanks for the follow. So yeah, I am streaming a bit later than normal today, because I wanted to complete this daily climb, I guess. The stuff I had planned went kind of short. How's it going? It's going pretty good. Once this is done, though, I'm definitely wrapping things up for the day. Once this run in Slay the Spire is done, I'm wrapping things up. Because, yeah. I would like to do some packing to get myself moved in to an apartment this weekend. And yeah, we've had some one-turn wins on bosses and such, pretty much. The card is exhausted, gain 3 block. Okay, so I would draw into that next turn then. This run will do unlocks, by the way. Okay. Tell you what, I am going to... I'm gonna play Feed, just cuz. Oh, and it had me draw another card. Well, that's disappointing. Because I was trying to ditch a card so I could draw more stuff, but... still not necessarily a waste. One, two, three, four, five. Iron Wave? Yeah, I guess. I drew just because of the one relic. You know, the ink bottle here. Alright. Chrono, appreciate the lurk. Hope you have a good day as well. Oh, wait, why isn't the... He's taking damage normally? I thought next turn was going to be the one where the intangible would be applied. But if that's not the case, then should I try to get to Fiendfire now? Should I try to draw more cards? So then Fiendfire. Check deck. So we do not draw a Fiendfire. No, we're not drawing another Fiendfire. Offering is bad now. Why? Like... I'm like, what do you mean offering is bad now? So... Made my counter on the assumption before you check the deck. Yeah. So, I'm gonna play offering again. And then... Okay. Double tap. Well, I'm not gonna double tap Fiendfire. No, because I'm not redrawing the cards. So, okay. You said yes. I assumed you meant Fiendfire was getting double tap. Yes, I do agree that double tapping Bludgeon would be a good idea. Although the second one... No, second one would still deal the same amount of damage. Okay, double tap, Bludgeon, Kablam. Twice. What did the pen nib do? Next attack deals double damage. Oh wait, so... I'm sorry, what? Only did... Why did it only do 5? I am so confused as to what's going on with this enemy. Why did it only do 5 damage? That doesn't even explain... Like, intangible doesn't even explain that. I see no good reason why that went down the way that it did. Still first turn, I believe, or second. Yeah, I mean, I could reset the battle, but we've done that so much. The only other thing I was thinking was maybe use Feel No Pain first before Fiend Fire so I gain a bunch of block, but that's not really needed this turn, although it could help in future turns with other Fiend Fires. So that's the only reason I was maybe thinking that. Oh, and then when I gain block, deal 5 damage, like... I've got that combo going with Juggernaut and... Or have 2 Fiend Fires. See, now because I gain block when stuff is exhausted... Okay, hang on. I'm gonna play this. Actually, well, maybe I shouldn't have. No, an offering wouldn't necessarily get me to Fiend Fire yet. To the second Fiend Fire, I mean. Oh, it draws 3 cards. Never mind. Yes, it would. And I just accidentally didn't... Ugh. Okay, well, whatever. Fiend Fire now. Eh. Yeah, I still find it weird that he's taking so little damage. See, that only did 1. Okay, so we got another Fiend Fire. No intangible now. Okay. For sure, no intangible. Then why did it act sometimes like it wasn't there last turn? I don't know. Stuff is weird. Holy cow, he's about to do 45 damage. And I would not draw cards after using Fiend Fire in this case. Although I would gain armor, or I would gain block, and because of gaining block, deal additional damage. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that on its own would deal 78 damage. Protection mandatory. Is it that mandatory, though? I mean, because I'm also about to then gain... Let's see here. Like, shouldn't I be gaining block from exhausting stuff? Yeah, I'm like, oh, whenever a card is exhausted, gain 3 block. So, the exhausting of these cards would gain me 3, 6, 9, 12 14... No, sorry. 15... 18. Which then means it deals, okay, and then the damage dealt is 5 times each instance of that, so 5 times 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's another 30 damage on top of Fiend Fire's 90. Yeah, that's not enough. So, fine. I will use the Ghostly Armor and then Fiend Fire. Okay. And I block 33 of the incoming 45 damage. Alright, so now it's got Intangible. No going big on attacks this turn. I could double my strength, though. Well, I could increase it by 3 first and then double it. Yeah. So, Inflame. Limit Break. Holy cow. But, not this turn, because Intangible. So... yeah. Intangible wears off. Whirlwind. 35! Times 6. Okay. Even more. 39 times 6. Oh, you can make Feed do it? That's... oh, 43. That's right on the nose. Or we can also do Limit Break just to make absolutely sure. And then it deals 74 damage, and yeah. Hiya. Okay, 30 gold. Darkstone Periapt. Whenever you obtain a curse, increase your max HP by 6. Not that I plan to obtain curses, but sure, whatever. Add a card to my deck. Brutality, Impervious, or Reaper. You know what? Brutality in this case because power combo options. And I get 25 gold here and a bag of marbles. At the start of each combat, apply 1 vulnerable to all enemies. Even more likely to get turn 1 wins. Okay, so they're all vulnerable. Oh, lovely time to have 2 Fiend Fires and Limit Break in my hand. That's an event I should warn and tell you about. What is the event in question? My 6 vulnerable. Yeah, no need there. Here in Act 3, there's an event that allows, if wished, to skip the rest of the map. Go directly to the Act 3 boss. Huh. Okay, so I'm gonna do that. So that's 31 damage to that one. And then I guess if I played Fiend Fire, that would probably do an... yeah. No? That would do 30 damage. It would have 1 life left. Next turn we get Brutality, Immolate, Double Tap, Offering, and Bludgeon, I guess. Flex is down a ways. It's the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th card. Offering says both. Okay, yeah, so with Offering next turn I could get to Flex, which would then... okay, so no Fiend Fire. Feed is fine, though. I guess. Or save energy with ice cream. Or that. That's kind of part of what I was thinking of. Okay, more strength and armor's back. Okay. So then, we're thinking Offering to get to Flex. No, why not? Because hand size. Oh yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so Brutality first. Sure. Brutality first. Then we got 1, 2, 3. And that just made double tap free, by the way. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Offering would replace its own slot. So, yeah, now we can... now we can do that and draw 3. Okay. Oh, and Inflame came on the stack as well. So, let me guess. Inflame, Flex, Limit Break, Double Tap, Immobilize. Strength down. Why strength down? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I double tap Immolate, that's a win now. Yep. Okay. Flex Potion. Gain 10 strength at the... oh, jeez. So that's like a souped-up strength potion. Haven't really been using the Blessing of the Forge. Hey, it's powerful because it can be doubled. It's not a relic-boosted potion, so it would do even more then. It says 5 strength, that is... what? 5 strength relic boosted to 10. Yeah. So normally the potion would be 5 strength. Anyway, no, add 2 copies for the colorless potion, huh? 5 strength flex potion, boosted to 10 by the relic. Okay. You know what? I'm actually... Oh, upgrade. Oh, but just for the rest of combat. You know what? I'm gonna ditch the Blessing of the Forge. Doesn't really jive with what we got going on here that much. I could get another flex now. Play the top card of your draw pile and exhaust it. But, yeah. Flex. And then, let's see here. We've got Anger. Pommel Strike Plus. Which, we've already got enough card draw. Burning Pact. Exhaust 1 card, draw 2 cards. That could be handy. Sure. Okay. Yeah, this being Act 3, it's taking a little longer than an hour. Deck check. So, feed, armaments plus, flex, feed, barricade, brutality, iron wave, feel no pain, limit break. So, our favorite combo of flex and limit break are, well, flex is 3 cards down, limit break is the 9th card down. Where's the other what? The other limit break? Pretty far down. Five, 6. So, the limit break is 26 cards down. Inflame is 35. Explodes in 3 turns, dealing 30 damage. Definitely don't want to let it do that. When attacked, deals 3, right. And that's the one that just doesn't remove its block. Yeah. Well, Immolate and Reaper would get rid of all but the back dude. Although, you know what? The increased damage would wear off. So never mind. Oh, and that only would have been 41. I was 1 off. Okay. But they are vulnerable right now, too. Or at least 2 of them are. So wouldn't that mean it deals even more? Well, them being vulnerable adds an extra 50% damage. So, yeah. What would be... Let's see here. Even if I did Reaper first, that becomes... Well, that would become 16 damage to all of them. And then we would do 21. Which isn't enough. But if I start with Immolate, that deals... we'll say 2 shy of 45. So we'll say 43. Actually, that on its own could get rid of 2 of them. And again, that's pretty much just because of the vulnerability on the on the front two. Okay, they're dead. And I mean, I could deal 21 damage with Fiend Fire. Or I just wait and see what else I get. Because I could have something significantly better next turn. That's a lot of block. Good grief. Well, I knew I wasn't going to get rid of him this turn anyway. Jeez. Okay, you know what? Armaments. They're all upgraded. At the end of your turn, gain 4 block. Receiving unblocked attack damage reduces plated armor by 1, right? Oh, well, hold up. Now that's 10 damage for each card. That's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. That would be enough. So, yeah. Bye-bye. More gold that I'm not going to be able to use, I don't think. Could get a dual wield plus. That seems like the best option here. Yeah. Dual wield. And then another limit break. Fire breathing. Whenever you draw a status or curse card, deals 6 damage to all enemies. Or rage. Yeah, we'll go with the good old limit break. Jeez, I still have at least one more elite. Oh, there is a merchant there. Huh. Okay. Oh, hey, this guy. Who is vulnerable to start things off slow. Whenever you play a card, Giant Head receives 10% more damage from attacks this turn. Whenever I play a card. Right. 2 or 3 more battles due to event possibility. So, like, I'm kind of tempted to double tap Whirlwind right now. And just do that this turn. Boss is the 2-phase awakened one. Yeah. I know. Unfortunately. Or, I don't know. Maybe that's not the worst one. But, okay. So, simply because it's vulnerable, I'm thinking double tap into Whirlwind right now. Receives 10% more damage from attacks this turn. Okay, whatever. And there's 160 of its health gone. Oh, great. And I've been weakened. 10 damage for each card. Yeah. I don't currently have any strength. Two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9. Deck check. We got another Limit Break Plus coming up. And then Bludgeon, Dual Wield, Feed, Exhume. Flex is the 7th card down. You're thinking use the potion, double up the strength, and then Fiend Fire? I'm guessing. Exhaust, draw 2. Okay. So if I'm playing that card to exhaust another card, doesn't that take 2 away from my hand? If we're trying to get to full hand size, I'm just pointing that out. It's fine. Okay. Let me guess. Waiting until next turn, maybe? I don't know. Exhaust armaments? I guess. I mean... eh. You realize this is essentially you playing it for me then, right? And then potion double. Oh. Because they're both coming up. Because they're both coming up. Yeah. This is why maybe during the recordings I should have a little less of you. Because I don't need that to be just you playing the game. Okay. Doubling strength. Twice. And then also because of the slow, he's gonna take 30% more damage. So yeah. Hold up. Why can I not cast Fiend Fire? Alright, I guess that's next turn. Okay, well I could play at least one thing before Fiend Fire just to make stuff deal an extra 10% damage. That's 55. Or maybe that's not necessary. 55 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that's more than enough. Okay, fine. Fiend Fire. Alright, 30 gold, Dreamcatcher. Whenever you rest, you may add a card into your deck. I don't know if I'm going to be resting anymore. But sure, okay, whatever. I would figure either Bludgeon or Offering. Offering, makes Whirlwind more effective. But Bludgeon can sometimes be handy too, I don't know. I was just considering my options between Offering and Bludgeon. All there are good. I haven't been using Exhume much lately, to be honest. I mean, once stuff gets exhausted, it becomes more useful. But half the time I end up exhausting Exhume itself before I even get the chance. Because other stuff just combos off better. Guess I'm taking Offering. Alright. In order to speed this up a little bit, I'm gonna go to the Merchant next. Well, that's completely useless now. Start of your turn, deal 3 damage to all enemies. Sounds helpful. Start of each elite combat. Well, I'm not going to be facing any more elites. Nope, my relics. What about them? Or do you mean just the ones in the shop here? First relic scroll. Oh, you mean where it'll, like, loop around back to the start? Or, like, it'll go beyond the length of the screen? That really makes me wish it would just... Oh, I guess it was already like that. Anywho. What else do I want to buy here? Is the question. Combust. At the end of your turn, lose 1 HP and deal 5 damage to all enemies. Add a random attack into your hand. It costs 0 this turn. Potion. Okay, well, Dexterity Potion. Fire Potion. Colorless Potion. Deal 40 damage. Not bad. Yeah, I mean, they're all, like, not bad, but... Alright, you know what? I'm gonna do a fire potion, then. Anything else? I'm gonna deal 5 damage. If the enemy has vulnerable, gain an energy and draw a card. Since they start off with vulnerable, that'd be a decent turn 1 card, but that's not necessarily very likely. Any other cards I might want to add? Oh, you mentioned Forethought. Put a card from your hand on the bottom of your draw pile. It costs 0 until played. Yeah. That... I get it. You were just bringing it up because it's a funny card. And for this situation, that would basically result in whatever card I put on the bottom never being played. Master of Strategy, you mean? Yeah, we've already got enough card draw going on, though. I was just thinking when I could maybe get some other cards instead, but Infernal Blade's okay. Yeah, I was wondering about maybe getting Infernal Blade and maybe then, like, Drop Kick or something else like that. These relics aren't useful for me anymore. Because that's whenever I would enter a shop, and that's for elite combat, and I don't... Pretty sure I'm not going to have either of those. Play the top card of your draw pile and exhaust it. Could be helpful. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. And just to spend more of the money, Wild Strike. I don't know. Proceed. Okay. Oh, it's this guy. This is the one that did me in my one run. Well, jeez, I don't really have too many attack or power cards in my hand right now. Yeah, ads are rolling. You know what? I'm gonna take a real quick bathroom break then. Be back in a bit. Oh, wait, you're back already? How? You know what? Fine then. Maybe not. 15 seconds. You see, Twitch is telling me I still got another 40 seconds of ads running. Alright, but if you're having me get up and stretch, then I'll just... I don't know. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I will take that bathroom break real quick. Be back in a bit. What do you mean, how for 6 hours? I started at my normal time, and I'm going well past my normal end time. Ugh. Okay. Oh, and hydrate. Yeah, I really should have just ended the daily run short. Or cut it off back at the end of Act 2 or something. But, oh well. You Yeah, I should have expected this, because, you know what? Last time I thought Act 3 was only going to take an hour, it took 2. Anyway, so what the heck do I do with this hand? Tends to put a negative effect upon receiving attack damage, gains 3 block. Okay. Reactive. Upon receiving attack damage, changes its intent. Like, yeah, obviously, the acts get longer as you progress. But, like, the difference between Acts 2 and 3 is a lot. Maybe in part because you just gotta think that much more about it. Act 3 can be short if the one event happens that has you skip straight to the boss. True. I'm just gonna do that for now. Oh, yay for it adding weakness. I love that. Let's see here. I could double tap bludgeon? I don't know. Or should I just dual wield bludgeon like crazy and then keep adding the ability to do more with it? So if I dual wield bludgeon, I had 2 more copies of it now because it's dual wield plus. Next turn I'm going to gain a little more strength, but yeesh, I'm about to take a bunch of damage, aren't I? Well, now I can't double tap bludgeon unless I do an offering first. Of course, that's 1, 2, 3, and I didn't even check the deck. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I am not going to be able to draw most of that unless I play a bunch of stuff. Well, the point is just to play a bunch of stuff, then maybe I should do barricade to make something free. What did it make free? Oh, it made limit break free. Well, shoot. But I'd rather wait until next turn because then I could double up more strength with flex and... Well, on the whole, that was not a great turn. Oh, but I need to actually be able to draw flex in order to double that. Ugh. Okay, you know what? Impervious. Let's gain some blocking here. Maybe I'll play Feel No Pain as well. But I'm coming up on the max hand size problem. Let's see here. Deal 18 damage for each card. Or I increase strength now, and I think that would give me enough for Fiendfire to win it. Maybe? And if not, I'd gain a ton of block. Oh, but literally Flex is the very next card that comes up. In which case I could be absolutely sure that it's enough. Wait, Immolate Dropkick. It's 16 damage if the enemy has vulnerable. The enemy doesn't have vulnerable, so I don't know why the heck you're thinking Dropkick. Oh, you were planning to make room for card draw. Offering works now without that. Yeah. Okay. Offering. Flex. Limit break. And then Fiendfire should do enough. 27 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, shoot, just 20 times 7 is 140, so yeah, I think we're good. Blood Potion. Heal for 40% of your max HP. Interesting. Had I known I was going to get a potion, I might have used up one of these. I think I'm gonna ditch the colorless potion. Wild Strike, Sword, Boomerang, or Armaments. Oh, Wild Strike Plus, sorry. And we'll go Armaments on that one. You lose HP from a card, gain 2 strength. Oh, jeez. I've been missing that this entire time. Well, since I've got the blood potion, I'm not sure I need to rest. Or I could, you know, have both in case I lose that much HP during the battle. %, of my max HP is 41, so that'd put me up to 126, plus another 15. Yeah, I mean, That would get me to the max, but not too much beyond it. Alright, whatever. I don't feel like contemplating the... Apply too weak to all enemies. Sure, why not? Okay. Whether or not the climb ends here, I'm going to stop after this. Okay, what's up next? Demon Form and Reaper. And then Inflame. So, due to drawing Inflame, I probably... Yeah, definitely doing that. Inflame! I forgot that its strength goes up. Whenever... Well... Yeah, whenever I play a power card, it gains 1 strength. Bludgeon's free now. So, I could play that. I don't recall the cultists getting resummoned. So I might just try and get rid of them right off the bat. So let's see here. That's 15. That we go down a bit to 7. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get rid of them both this turn. Or maybe I could. I don't know. You know what? Screw it. Immolate. Oh, geez. Oh, that's right. They're vulnerable. Haha. Forgot about that. Okay, well then... bludgeon on the big guy. Let's see here. Doop-doo. Like, or I could just do Reaper right now. And then... Ghostly Armor. Iron Wave. And feed, maybe only because it's going to deal extra damage. But yeah, at this point, gaining max HP from it being lethal doesn't really do anything for me. Oh yeah, so it heals 10 each turn. Right. Most of these cards in my hand are already upgraded. Enemy does not have vulnerable anymore, although I could make it. But I probably want to save that for later. How to go about this? Yeah, I was figuring Limit Break would come into play in some way. I just wasn't sure what else I wanted to do. I take less damage, I guess. Sure. And I guess since energy carries over... Ooh. Hey! It's our favorite looping power ability thing. So... Dark Embrace. Where's double tap? Again, I don't think double tap works on Fiend Fire. It's the 6th card down anyway. Oh, wait. Ha! We would actually maybe draw that along with the 2nd Fiend Fire. Especially if I just go ahead and use Fiend Fire now. Oh, but... free demon form. Alright. Demon form first. That made Impervious free, but... I guess I'd rather use that... Eh. Having the block helps. Okay. And I just drew armaments. Fiend Fire's already upgraded, though. So, okay. Now we'll do Fiend Fire. Okay, I'm kind of thinking we want to save the 2nd Fiend Fire for the transformation. Yeah? And again, I don't think double tap actually works with Fiend Fire. Although I guess it would in this case because the stuff reiterates. Or like, more stuff fills my hand. So, scratch what I just said. Let's see here. I think for oh, I have 2 heavy blades. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, since I have the looping cards, it'll work. But I directly tried it without cards flowing back into my hand, and it did nothing on the 2nd use. It technically gets used twice, but then the 2nd time you use it, it doesn't have any cards to exhaust to do the damage. Am I really going to be losing HP from cards that much now? Brutality, Rupture. Yeah, true. Alright, fine. Brutality. Which just made Burning Pact free. Rupture. I think that just made Heavy Blade free. Which will deal enough damage to cause the transformation. now end. My only other thought was maybe playing Feel No Pain, just so when I exhaust the cards from Fiend Fire, then I also gain block. So I'm gonna play that now. And now I'll end the turn. Okay. Hand is full, which is fine. Oh, geez. And now I can have the block that I gain from all that deal damage to him, but then I wouldn't be able to fire off the double tap Fiend Fire combo, so never mind. Alrighty, here we go. Double tap. Fiend Fire. Actually, this time alone might deal enough damage. Yep. My lucky day. Win a daily climb. Achievement unlocked. And here's the heart again. Ready your blade. Attack. You deal 1,157 damage. Okay. But it's still pounding. Dealt a total of 1,886 damage to the heart. Okay. New unlock. Okay. And those unlocks consist of Immolate, Evolve, and Wild Strike. Okay. Run done. Stream wrapping up. For sure. Oh, man. Okay. I still think next week's Hangout stream is not going to be Slay the Spire. I've done enough of that for the time being, I think. Okay. Next week you have an idea, huh? Okay, well... that's a thought. Although, I don't know, you may be underestimating the time for the power wash stuff. I'd almost rather flip that. Do the dream drop distance stuff first, and then use the remaining time on the power wash sim stuff. Alrighty, who to raid? Well, I see somebody's got a fundraiser going on that I have also just not raided them very recently that I can remember, if ever. Alright, well, maybe you and I can discuss that in Discord a little bit. Okay. I have raid targets targeted. I don't know how does one word that. Anyway. Okay. Starting the raid. All right. So thanks for watching. Especially if you stuck around the majority of the 6.5 hours this wound up being. That is not my typical length of stream. But anyway, yeah. I hope you're all doing well. Hopefully I'll see you soon. Hopefully I'll be moved into the apartment for the next live stream that I do. But yeah, whatever ends up happening, till the next time, stay cool, everybody.